guests. Welcome, dear colleagues from ASEAN countries. It's my pleasure to be here today. Actually, yesterday I was here all day listening to very good papers presented. My duty this morning is to give you a brief background behind the scene of why we support Amron for organizing this meeting. Thailand Research Fund, of course, is part of Thailand government, and we are under ASEAN. And we knew that in 2 years, AAC will come to full scale. We believe that in order to join ASEAN hands together, the part of delving into understanding common heritage would be a good start for helping us understand what we have in common. And that would help bridging the differences among us. And looking at ASEAN, as we knew yesterday, we look at all the data and it all confirms that Muslim population in ASEAN is about half of it. About 50% of the ASEAN population are Muslim. So I discussed with Dr. Isra, the chairman of ASEAN Muslim Research Network, that TRF would like to not only support studies, somewhat comparative studies about Muslim in ASEAN, but we would like to invite academics from ASEAN countries who have the same interests to share their views and thereby forming network among us as well. So here we are with papers discussing somewhat comparative views on Muslims in many countries, whether they exist as a majority or minority. In fact, it's somewhat contradictory when you talk about Muslim as 50% of the population, but the paper in many cases look at Muslims as minorities in non-Muslim countries. Nevertheless, what we expect out of this conference is that we might use all these papers as a starting point to find good issues that we could join hands in doing research together. Last year, I've been spending time touring around in Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, and Singapore, and discussing with some academics in many universities in all these countries. And what I realized was that all of us in ASEAN, actually we are here together well before the concept of ASEAN. Before ASEAN, we have, in Thai we call Suvarnabhumi, the land of gold, the Golden Peninsula. And this is the concept that we use together. We have been here on this Southeast Asia region together well before ASEAN. Therefore, we have common roots and we have common heritage, which I think would help us join hands much better than looking at common problems or common potentials, which are two other themes that Thailand Research Fund address as well. Common heritage, common potentials, and common problems. But here, we are looking at common heritage, especially the Muslims in all ASEAN countries. So this is all behind the scene of why we have the paper before you It's rather big. Hope you sleep well with it because it's so big. It could be a pillow for you in case you want to fall asleep. But I'm sure the content inside it is very informative. It would be very informative for those who might have never known what the Muslim, how they settle down, their lifestyle, their living conditions in many countries, in Myanmar, in Yunnan, in Thailand, in Cambodia, in Malaysia. So this is sort of an introduction, and that's all I would like to present to you the idea that Dr. Isara and Thailand Research Fund has cooked up together and asking all of you to join hands in this conference. I hope that through this conference and all the contribution from all of you who listen or moderate or even comment would help us pinpoint critical issues that we should go on further in terms of research. And Thailand Research Fund is ready to support international research in this sphere. Thank you.
Cross-cultural studies and also cross-territorial studies. Today, I came to understand that we still have to start at 11, right? So, all right, fine. And then I would like to invite the speakers, the presenters of the first paper. Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Ramli Abdullah, Brother Ma'afis Ahmad Simi, and also Dr. Bodin Walati. While they are settling on the chair here, I would like to inform the audience that since I'm given power to moderate this session, I'm going to use my discussion to change a little bit the structure of the presentation here. Yesterday we saw that we only have the question and answer times at the end of all the presentations of the speakers. But today I want to change a little bit. They present a paper, and then immediately after that I open it to question and answers, so that the sessions are more lively and we have much time to discuss and to exchange ideas. And then apart from that, probably I'll be a little bit strict with time. I've actually calculated the times for each presenter, but then now since we are a little bit late, so I have to recalculate that again. But then for the first paper, we have 3 speakers, and definitely they have little time now. And I would like to introduce the first speaker. They will speak one by one, and probably they will take about 5 to 7 minutes, right? And then we have times for questions and answers. I would like first to introduce you to the first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Ramli Abdullah, who is a lecturer at University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Terengganu, in the east coast of the Peninsula, Malaysia. And he obtained his first degree and second degree MPhil in Anthropology and Sociology from National University of Malaysia, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and his PhD in Social Anthropology from my university, University of Science Malaysia. So he is very interested in Orang Asli, but now probably today you can hear that actually he's changing a little bit. Instead of Orang Asli to the Siamese Malaysia. And then his specialization is on issues of economic development, traditional knowledge, and education and religions. Without further ado, please, Dr. Ramli, the floor is yours.
Gentlemen and coordination of generating this Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wa bihi nasta'in wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-azim. I'm going to start with a brief words of paradise. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. As Mr. Chairman introduced me, my specialization is in TESOL, teaching English as a language. But anyway, regarding to my personal interest as well regarding our culture, and Dr. Lee and Hafiz and I, we try to investigate the Siamese Buddhist Siamese in Malaysia, because this Buddhist Siamese in Malaysia as a minority group in Malaysia, while Malay Muslim in Thailand, we are a minority in majority in Buddhist in Thailand. So in the opposite way, we can see the general pictures. This is just a small research paper, but anyway, we are proud to present to you all by our limited knowledge. I will go through this. This is the table of contents that we want to go through. First of all, we are going to talk about introduction and objective of our study, methodology, and analysis. We are to analyze on the following items: economy, leadership, education, cultural and social interactions among minority and majority Malay in Malaysia, particularly in the state of Terengganu, religious freedom and conclusion. By the end of the session, we give the floor for Q&A session. Let me start with the introduction and objective of the study. Okay, and see that Malaysia and Thailand, especially those who are living in the border provinces of Thailand and the northern part of Malaysia, we share some common things. Culturally, linguistically, and even religion. Sometimes those of us who are living in the southern part of Thailand, we are Muslim, and those who are in Malaysia, and of course they are in Malaysia, they are Muslim. But in certain part of northern Malaysia, we investigate that we have certain Buddhist community right there, scattered around in the northern part of the northern states of Malaysia. And of course, the influences of India and even China and even Middle East, we can see all around in the areas, between the southern part of Thailand and even in northern states of Malaysia. And the objective of our study is that this paper was, we are going to investigate and want to examine the circumstances that contribute to the Siamese minority harmoniously mutual living in the local majority of Malay in Malaysia. This was demonstrated by the Siamese community in Kampung Pak Kiat. I will show you where the Kampung Pak Kiat is located in the northern state of Malaysia, in the state of Terengganu. That shares with Malay's majority in community development, although even assimilated with the mainstream Malays. Siamese society still maintains its cultural, religious, and linguistic practices and identities among its community members. Okay, so then the methodology of our study is to try to imply, two both qualitative and quantitative studies. We employed 200 questionnaire respondents from Kampung Pak Kiat in Besut of Terengganu, Malaysia, and also we did on qualitative interviews with local leaders and Siamese leaders, like in-depth interview with those leaders. So you may wonder where is Kampung Pak Kiat is located. If you can see from this, map shown on the screen, is that the southern Thailand is located up there, right there, and the lower here is, this is the state of Kelantan, and then now is the state of Terengganu. right? This is the whole state of Trigero, right there. And but the Kampung Besut and Kampung Pakian, where we did our research work, right there is Kampung Pakian. It's located in the area of Besut. So then, I can give you some basic information about the Siamese society in Malaysia, or we call the Persatuan Siam Malaysia. Since population in Malaysia right now, we can see from our document is that we have about 60,000 population staying in Malaysia, dotted around in several states of Malaysia, particularly in Kedah, Perlis, Perak, and Kelantan, and just a few in Terengganu. But even within Terengganu, but the state of the Kampung Pakian is not far away from Kelantan. So the majorities are in Kedah and Kelantan. And in order to protect the population rights, welfare, and solidarity, they form a kind of association which is called Persatuan Siam Malaysia, or it is known as SSM. I'll give you a clear picture of Kampung Pakian in further detail. That in Kampung Pakian there are 334 people together, just only that numbers, and there are 59 households altogether in the area. And all keep following Buddhism, while one wat located in front of the village. There is only one wat, one Buddhist temple, located in the front gate of the community in the Kampung Pakian. So they still follow their religious practice, ritual, religious practice, based on daily life. Even their names, and their names are short. And one syllable, I would say here, like those in earlier Ratanakosin period in Thailand, I would say. You may remember, Thai Day, in previous those days, like for example, 300 years ago in Thailand, we had to use familiar with the name of like Sang, Chum, for example, Nia, Wan, Chang, for example. Those names are really one syllable name, which is you cannot see here in the mainstream Thai nowadays in Thailand. But still we can find the names. I would say that almost 90% of the population in Pakian, they still keep using short names. And Buddhist ritual activities are strictly practicing in the area of Pakian as well. They have, for example, they have Buddhist Lent and Loy Krathong. Those kind of activities are doing in Thailand, Buddhists in Thailand still is practicing in the area of Kampung Pakian as well. And the emerging elements that we would like to focus on in our analysis, structures, we may go through the, you may see that we may go through the, we want to look at education, and we want to see an economy, and even leadership, freedom of religion, and even cultural and social interactions among them. Those components are playing a very important role in order to keep the society in maintaining the identity of Buddhism in majority Muslim Malay in Kampung Pakian Besut. So then that was my part in order to give you just a view, just a broad view of the our research work and also the side research of our research work.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker will be Hafiz Ahmad Simi. He's a lecturer at the Department of Social Sciences from the same university as Dr. Ramli, University Sultan Zainal Abidin Kuala. He obtained his first degree as second degree in political science from National University of Malaysia, and his research interest is in politics, Asian politics, election and democracy, ethnicity, political culture, and political economy. One thing which I have my own personal interest with this kind of with this research is that the Sud is actually where I come from. This is my district, my village, and I will recognize what you are saying, whether it is true or not. Please, Brother.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to this distinguished guests. I will continue my discussions regarding on settlement and consistent of foreign value and organization in the social. Okay, there's elements: leadership, economy, education, social and social interaction, and the last freedom of religion. We go to the first element is leadership. That's divided into four. And regarding some leaderships on Chinese societies in Papua. First, the JPK, status status, political status, and the political party. Okay, the first thing we go to the status. The Chinese society of nature, the government of nature recognitions the Chinese nature as a public the same level with Malay. Malay and Malaysia is the majority ethnic in Malaysia, and the Siamese can get any privilege given from government. That's not can compromise with that. Okay, for the last in 90s, the government has appointed one representative from the Siamese society. For the former custom director, Charin Intachat, and now Charin was first Siamese native after 30 years of state of Malaysia. That's one of recognition from the national government to the Siamese society of Malaysia. Give appointed one senator to deliver any interest points from the Siamese society in the Dewan government. And then regarding to the Hokkien, the majority of Hokkiens are members of the ruling party. The ruling party of Malaysia is National Front or Barisan Nasional, and the majority party in the biggest party in ruling National Front is UMNO, United Malay and National Organization. That's the party for Malays. And then the majority, the people in Hokkien are members of UMNO. And then how the UMNO, how the ruling party recognition these Chinese people in Hokkien. There's 13 members we call JPK, Jabatan Kuasa Keselamatan dan Kemajuan Kampung, Committees of Development and Security Village. That appointed 3 of 13 members. That's one of recognition for the Chinese people. No discrimination between the majorities Malay and the minorities Chinese people in Thailand, in Malaysia. And then for the political party, 3 of them that seems appointed as the JKK, and the 3 of them also the committee members for the UMNO in Hokkien. That give appointed as the JKK for the village and the political party. That's the same recognition. Because one of the Chinese respondents said, I am proud to be citizens of Malaysia. Even we are a minority, but we are allowed to participate in political activities without any objection. That is one of the respondents. Okay. We go to the second element, the economic element in Hokkien Chinese society. The government welfare, agricultural sector, joint venture program, and industrial and services sector. The majority of people in Hokkien are agricultural sector. and 20% of them go to the industrial and services sector in city, because have workshops, government servants, and that. But the majority people, science people in Hokkien agricultural sector. And then, as science people recognition as Buddha in Hokkien, the science people get the government welfare, such as short-term development programs, like Bantuan Rakyat Satu Malaysia. We give 500 for the household below 3,000. And then we got fertilizer for agriculture sector. We got subsidized on pesticides, subsidized on tractor to use the equipment and the government to build up the agricultural sector in Port Kelt to build paddy or tobacco and so on. Okay, to see the no discrimination between majority Malays and the minority Chinese in Port Kelt. There's a joint venture program. Joint venture program between Malays and Chinese, such as in agriculture. There's one, the government will give one tractor. And then one tractor is utilized Malay and Chinese in the same agricultural land. There's no same recognition for the majority Malay to live surrounding in Chinese people. Okay, we go next. Education programs in Port Kelt. For the primary levels, many of Chinese people in Port Kelt send their pupils to their sons and daughters to vernacular systems such as Chinese vernacular system education, Scholar to China. Because they assume the vernacular system for the Chinese seems like their religious beliefs and Theravada and Buddhism. But for the secondary and tertiary level, they send their pupils to general public schools. There's a difference between education. For the primary level, they send them to the Chinese vernacular schools. But the primary and the tertiary level, they send them to the general public school and compromise with Malays and others. For the religious education, based on what? The temples in Friday and Saturday. Then, and the contents of the syllabus come from the time. Okay, for the last culture and social interactions, coffee chit chat, cultural practice, community development, religious sensitive, religious celebration, and good neighbors. They use coffee shops to interact with each other. Cultural practice, there's a long run, Hokja and Kapja. Then the members of the long run have Malays and Chinese. Not only Chinese, there's two, Malays and Chinese. And this group was invited for the formal occasions, the government occasions and so on. Religious sensitivity because have one feast, such as marriage. That's different. All the people, for the Malays and the Chinese will come together, but the foods are different. For the Chinese people, that place to the Chinese, For the Malays, you have a place to put, but in the same locations. Okay, intermarriage. Have many of people in Hokkien marriage to the Islamic people of Islam. In practice, there's a Songkran, Lloyd Pratong, religious celebration, there's a temple, and religious recognition. All the majority Malay recognition these Chinese people and recognize these people as Malaysians, not another ethnic.
Now Dr. Budi is going to talk.
Yeah, to continue, because of the time constraint, let me go to the conclusion as the following. And the Business community in Kampung Pakyang, Besut Kajano, northern part of Malaysia, might be a small minority village compared to other minority communities in Malaysia or in other parts of the country. However, this could be an exemplary model of how the Buddhist Siamese minority could reside side by side and could coexist peacefully and harmoniously with the neighboring Muslim Malay majority. And of the top administrators, including government towards minorities, should be highly valued and practical. And also Kampung Pakyang, as one of its residents said, here in our village and our country, we felt very safe and lucky to be Malaysian, even they are minority. This is a snapshot of a small community where residents share and enjoy the common values while respect the differences. And a peaceful community will, of course, give a solid foundation for economic and social stability. So then, thank you, terima kasih, and khop khun. And this research work it was a collaborative research work done by my university, Prince of Songkla University in Patani campus, and with our co-partners from University Sultan Zainuddin, Kuala Lumpur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Budi. I think this is a best example of where the other scholars, Malaysian scholars get together. It's a great knowledge and also the expertise to study about a community which comes and the community that is shaped through the time. And I can understand from Dr. Budi that his research had a grant from the US Embassy, while Dr. Rami and Hafiz has a grant from the university, from Yale University. So I think it's a kind of matching research grant that we can be together, like what probably Dr. Silapon was saying just now, that we can always do a cooperation in research and in other academic activities. So alhamdulillah, we have about 50 minutes for question and answer. I welcome any questions, any elaborations, anything. Dr. Sharat, I can see your hand. Please, Dr. Sharat, and other hand, yeah, one by one. Dr. Sharat.
The presentation is about a snapshot of the current situation. Right? How about the historical development? Because I think we can see the whole picture from how these Siamese be separated from their origin, how they set up the community, how much the struggle they have to do before coming up to this stage. My second question is about how the government classify who is Putra or not Budi. What are the criteria?
Two questions for Dr. Sharat. Can we have questions from sister from Cambodia? Yeah, can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation. is an API fellowship. I got the API fellowship from International Law, and my research is on stamps and information science. So I can find similarity in the research. And I have struggled about how to identify assimilation. If I term assimilation, then you mentioned is minority assimilated into the mainstream culture and into the society. And I want you to elaborate more on that because it seems that the way that they organize their assessment and similarity association, I still is a community they gather around their ethnic groups, but not very much assimilated to various settlement, let's say, in mainstream society. And the second thing is about, you mentioned the sense of belonging that they have in relation to Malay society or Malay relation. But what about what they think about Thailand? Do they have any relationship or how they view Thailand?
That's a question. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, another one, the last one. And
my name is Mohammed from Ahmad. I wanted to know that from the political aspect and the economic aspect, that this particular community receiving quite generous financial support from the government, and this is the UMNO government, and it seems that these community members also member of UMNO or supporter of UMNO. The number of people there, have you find out, is there any one or two family who belongs to another political team, or all belongs to the same political team? Because it is not only financial aspect, but sometimes their own consciousness, which party they should belong to. Thank you.
Thank you. So, the question before the last one, what do they think about Thailand? And this is, I still remember when we were talking to the leaders and to some communities, villages right there. And I tried to ask them, if, for example, if I am from government official, if I would like to invite to go back to Thailand, are you willing to go back to Thailand? They said, of course not. I said, why? I said, because first of all, my relatives are mostly in the southern part of Thailand. Mostly they are from Songkhla, from Pathalung, and some of them are even from Patani. So I prefer to be here in Malaysia, whether we are just a minority group. I'm more than happy to be right here in Malaysia because I have been treated very well, and if you ask me to go back right now, you already know that the situation back there in Thailand, is uncertain. Uncertainty means that, under certain violence, as all you may know, that unrest and violence and stuff like that back there. So I prefer to be here. And why I have to move? I'm happy to be here since my neighboring, houses are treating me very well, and I can have some, freedom to practice my religious belief. So I was surprised because if you can go back to Thailand and you can see that your friends, you can be a majority in Thailand, but here you are treated as minority. Said why? Even I'm a minority, but right now I've been, my status is recognized as Bumiputra. So Bumiputra, we have a numbers of privilege and rights to do like some other Malay counterparts. So that is the words from the ground. Yeah, so Hafiz or Dr. will contribute some.
How to understand the Bumiputra or non-Bumiputra? Because Malaysia, the biggest majority is ethnic, is Malays, Chinese, and Indian. And other ethnic we call Bhumiputera. That's the Siamese concluded on the Bhumiputera's recognition. That's the criteria. And then for the privilege, something in Malaysian constitutions, Malays and Bhumiputera is going on. And others have others privilege. That's the criteria to look the Bhumis and non-Bhumis is the biggest majority in Malaysia. And then the historical development in Berserk. That's for the Rattanaxin era. There's Kelantan, Perlis, Kedah, and Terengganu Besut is the Patani province. And after the Bank Treaty in the 1909, they separated Kedah, Kelantan, and the Besut Hokkien going back to Malaysia, and Yala, Narathiwat, and Patani go to the Thailand. That's how the connection settled down, and the minority Christians have in Besut. That's a short historical development.
And then there's another question, questions. Are they all support UMNO? Or is it
okay. For the latest calculations I get for the numbers, because sense of belonging and then sense of patronage, and the ruling party or the Malays. Regarding the latest data I get, 88.4% of the Thai society to Malaysia give the support for the ruling party in UMNO, United Malay National Organization, that's the National Front. And then the presidents of the Thai society in Malaysia give a statement, and then we Siamese people fully support for the National Front, for the ruling government. That's only 7.7% give a support to the alternative party. That's the current data for the 13th general election.
Probably, I'll answer. Alright, I think if I open to the second round of questions, I think there will be a lot of questions, but then unfortunately we have limited times and we need to listen to another speaker. And therefore, on behalf of the presenters, we thank you very much for Ramdi, for Hafiz, for Brother Bodi, and thank you very much. Now I invite Assistant Professor.
Thank you very much for calling inviting me to present this paper this morning. Actually, I am not Muslim, but I have a community to talk about Muslim in Southern Thailand. So, I am also working at Halal institution in North University. This institution we just established to study Islam, study in Southern Thailand, especially Yala, Patani, Narathiwat, Songkhla, and Satun, 5 provinces. Because of the majority of the population is Muslim, I think the Muslim in southern Thailand is not minority because they have so many. I am in minority in southern Thailand, and because I was born there, I live there, and I working there. I working with Muslim. I study with Muslim. My neighbor is Muslim. My father was a leader of Hat Yai city before, many years ago. My father. And he took about 10 to 15 Muslim in nearby Hat Yai to set up the community in Chalung. Chalung is the name of the district, about 20 kilos from Hat Yai. To live there many years ago, I remember that because when I was a child. And right now, this community is growing very fast, and they are happy staying there, our Muslim there, and I have many friends. Some of my friends, in school friends, right now they become a Muslim leader of the community, many communities. So we are still working together and talking to each other. And there are many things we have to do together. So that's why to think of Songkran and point me to work at the Sara institution. So I study Islam from my Google. Google is my professor in Islam professor. And I do research on marketing, in finance, and I am teaching Islamic banking at Privacy. And do many research now. And so today I'm going to talk about the past, present, and future of Malay youth in southern Thailand. So let's look at the past of Thai history. I think if you look at the history of Thailand, I think Thai people, we follow the king all the time. During the Sukhothai period, I think during the king, we had many foreigners working with him. And in that period, the Thailand is very prosperous and very well known to the foreigners. And also they are doing trade with the Western countries, like British, Holland, Russia, and during another period, Ayutthaya period, this period we about 400 years old, and in that period we had many kings also. And in that period we also lost the war with Vietnam. So we've been fighting with Vietnam for many times. And the Thai king using 11 to fight Vietnam, and he won the war. So the 11 become a culture of Thailand. I think you can see that why Thai people are loving 11, because 11 is a lucky animal for Thai people. So we believe that kind of thing. So we use 11 as a symbol of Thailand people. And after that, we had a totally period, after the fall of the European Union, after that we had a Katanako period. I am not a historian, so just read it from books, Google. But I learned from school also. I know some of this home. So if I make some mistakes, just forgive me. Maybe you know what I mean. Katanako period from 1782 to now, to present. I think we learned to follow the king. In this period, we have the great king of Thailand. In this period is King Namatik. He is the one that King Thailand got to be colony of Western countries or free Thailand. He is one that keep Thailand freedom. So Thailand is only one country that ever been a colony of Western country. So without fighting, why he can do that? Because he went to visit many countries and he worked with many people in foreign countries in Europe, even in Russia. That it was a long time ago. He traveled to visit and see anything in the world and he did all the things back to Thailand and developed the railway, the post office, And that period of time, I think Thailand was very fast-growing from Asia. And even the greatest king of the king, Rama IX, he still follow him. He used self-sufficiency economy. He presented this philosophy to the many villages in Thailand, and all the villagers in Thailand following his history. And also in southern Thailand, I think we have the Sivicha period, right? Sivicha. This have a lot of history. I think the Malay started from Sivicha. And during the Sivicha period, we had a religious kingdom. We have Buddhists, and we have later on become a Muslim, Islam, and we have a Patani. Patani was very popular in that period of time. There were some Chinese, Arab, Persian, Khmer, Javanese, Sakai, and living there because of the Patani. The international trade network, many products from different countries, and the economy today is very fast growing. And also during the National period, the King Mongkut, I think he has many policies about the Muslims sometimes, especially So he set up the regulation and rule to rule the Muslim people there. They know that we have different culture. So he tried to find the right person to working there. I have to go this part because I have limited of time. And the present king, I think the present king is he's quite conservative in a way of life. He worked there for many years and tried to develop the way of life of Muslims and helping it to have a positive by pushing the economic self-sufficiency philosophy and Thai society actually the Thai is free, we are free country, free. So we have more freedom than anywhere I think in Southeast Asia. And in the constitution, I think Thai constitution we allow anyone to be the leader of the government. I think right now the Thai Prime Minister I think the next Prime Minister may be the Thai Muslim can be the Prime Minister of Thailand. Because Thai constitution you have the right to have liberty in Thailand. So you can see that many Thai Muslims in Thailand become the leader of the military or the minister of interior. Even the last one, Dr. Sumit become an architect director. I think these people have a power and have a decision making. They can do many things to Thai Muslim. But even this is the name of a person. I think some can read, some can read. They become head of military. They become the governor of Antony everywhere in Thailand. Even the Nakhon the governor is a Muslim, but people are Buddhist. So we can live together, no problem in Thailand. Then the Thai value is in relationship with, I think Thai Muslim and Thai Buddhist should be learning culture each other more. But the Thai culture is quite different because we are free in the relationship and love to enjoy the Thai culture. Because I think you can see from the festival or Songkran festival or Thai festival is all enjoy. And today we have many cooperation with countries like OIC. Songkran University have meeting with OIC countries and we have discussed each other about the Muslim of Thailand. And we have many activities together now and in the future. The problem of Southern Thailand is we have both things, unemployment, poverty, drought, and security now. And all these things is we need to be solved in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, really having them to solve this problem because this is I think the best way to solve the problem of Pakistan now is solved by using the context of the point of view of political point of view. Malaysia and Thailand can join each other and bring more economic term. And Muslim education, I think I taught in the European practice many years, but I saw not many Muslim students in my faculty or even the Thai faculty. But majority of them they graduate from abroad, from Malaysia, from Middle East, but many higher education in Muslim Southern Thailand mainly on the religious background, but not much in high information. I think this makes very difficult for Thai to develop. And also the Halal institution also developed the Halal product and development of and training program. Many programs we are launching to Muslim in 5,000 volume, for instance. Even the Surat University, Dr. Vinay he went there to helping us and working there social community training program, many training programs we have done now. And also I have worked with Malaysia under the NPDT. I know many Malaysian working groups in Malaysia. We have been meeting in Penang, in Malacca, and also sometimes in Sarawak or in Medan. And And they set up the policy, many policies in logistics, in transportation, modern trade, investment, halal, even resource, tourism. All these things is going to be developed to raise up the Muslim Africa in the future under the IPC program and also action connectivity in 2015 before the one commission. All these activities Malaysia and Indonesia to helping hand. I think Patani is what probably can be a halal hardship for the northern Malaysia and Kerala. It can be a halal hardship, but because we have raw material, so this activity we can do peaceful for the southern Thailand. This is the product that we are developing for the southern Thailand people, and we have, I think the product has to be exported to neighbor countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, and we have some problem with halal logo because Thailand is not a Muslim country. So the Thai logo, halal logo, is not I don't know which one is the best logo for the halal market itself. So it seems to me that halal is for it, different interpretation and presentation, something like that. I think, and also it's high cost for Thai people because it separates the production line in the kitchen or in the factory and costing us a lot for even the transportation, logistics, all of things. We have to be separated. And this is ICT connectivity of Thailand, Northern Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia. I think in the future we have many the product service have to be free flow. So I think this area will be growing and be recovering the economic and political southern Thailand. So this is a good work. The list of the first line is issued by the useful thing that we have done. And thank you for my presentation because we have some time.
Thank you very much, Bella. Let's take that until next time. We have about 20 minutes for our question and answers. But then before I put it to the floor, I would like to ask a question. This is quite a interesting question. We heard from the other group just now in the presentation earlier that classic Malaysian want to come back to Thailand. How about the Malays in Saudi Arabia, if they are offered to go back to Malaysia? Are they going to do so?
Well, under the present condition, I think the security problem is a big problem of Patani around the world. Actually, for me, because I went there many times in the village of Patani around the world because I having them on the product development on halal. It seemed to me that we had nothing much conflict among the people there. I think they are happy to living there and they want us helping them to grow. But it seemed to me that we have to. I saw the difference between the Muslim South Thailand and the Patani Muslim Yala Antiwa. Most of them speak Yawi, and the language is maybe to make the problem to talk or to make a conversation among the public officer and the people there. So the time we misunderstood many things, because of language. But for the Muslim students and Songkla province, they speak Southern dialect, Thai Southern dialect. So we have no problem. When we talk, we are more friendly than we speak in Jawi. So I think Thai people need to learn more language, not only Thai language. We have to study Malayu and also English more because we are poor in language. I think many of them went to work in Malaysia because after they graduate from Middle East or from Malaysia, they come back, they have a job to work in the provinces. So they went to Malaysia to work because of the security problem in Southern Thailand. So I think they still need to read Southern Thailand for them because we have freedom.
Thank you, Dr. Pena. So now can I open the floor? I can see one in there, down, and another. So please, now we have four.
Well, it's what they cannot communicate between the people, and you also give example that in school they have no problem with that. But for my view, I think maybe we can look in the opposite side. Maybe language is not a problem, but covering of people may be a problem because there is access in social people. Okay.
Thank you. Clarification.
I try to make relationship with Muslim people in different groups, in education group, in religious group, language, in Malay language, they spoke, some of them spoke Malay, and they don't speak much Thai. Some of them can speak Thai. And so when we communicate, I remember one time I took a student from about 30 of them to visit Muslim students in the village in Yalim. And after the Thai student went down there and we met Muslim students and I found that they cannot communicate with each other because most of the Muslims maybe there they don't speak Thai much, and so they people to speak Yawi. So the communication among Thai students and Muslim students at that time, some of them can speak, but the Thai Muslim students at PSU can speak Malay, but the Thai Buddhists cannot speak Malay. So these people have problems, so they cannot talk to each other and cannot understand each other. So I think some group of people have problems with language. This is I can classify, but in general, I think in general, when I went to in the village, they spoke Thai to me, no problem. I don't, maybe they think I am the government officer, but if you are not the government officer, sometimes they don't speak Thai, they spoke Yawi. I don't know, it depends on the area. I think maybe I went to the wrong area or different places. So I think language may be not a major problem, but I think Thai people should learn more Malayu words, and in school, and then because the majority of the people there, they people so speak Yawi more than Thai, and then from my point of view.
Thank you. Can I ask a second question? This is. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Sawat Sarju from Canada, and this conference interests me because in my travels to many countries, I meet a lot of Muslims, and they're very clever, and they're very helpful, they're very kind and friendly. But in North America, especially Canada and the United States, since 9/11, there's been a negative press against Muslims. So I'm just wondering what we can do to educate the populace about the positive effects of Islam, because they hear only negative things. And I know many, many good things because I have met Muslims in different countries, and they are very kind to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Thai Muslims not much different from Thai Buddhists actually, because I was born there. My faith, many of my faith is Muslim, and we grow up together, and we still working together, and we still have a relationship. Even there, some of them become the leader of religious institute, or in Songkla, and also in Pattani, and we have no problem at all. The problem, I don't know where it comes from, and I think the economy of the Pattani Jalan is not so bad. Right now, I think people have a lot of income. I think we can see from the shopping center in Hanjai, all people get from Narathivai Jalan, and they brought a lot of products, from big cities and co-locals. I think they have money, but they are not so poor. But they need a job, to work, because many of them graduate from Malaysia. Some of them have PhD, graduate from PhD program and master degree, but they have no job. But for the provinces, I think the security provinces
I'm concerned about how we can have a positive outlook and educate people in the United States, America, and Canada, so they have a positive effect of Islam.
The question is about the reputation of Muslims in the Western world. How are you going to change that reputation from negative reputation to be perceptions to be positive? Yes.
I don't. When I was in the United States, I went there for 7 years, studied there for 6 years, and I got a friend from Iran, from Iraq, from Lebanon, and from Africa, the whole Muslim. We study together, and we living together in the same dormitory, and we went to do activities, religious activities. We went to the church together during Christmas week, and we stayed there together. I think most of the American people, they don't see that Muslim is a problem for themselves. They are positive thinking. I don't know, because that when I spend time with the Muslim students in America, I went to the church during Christmas. We spent there about 7 days or 10 days. So in different states, but I think they are happy to meet in especially the Muslim country today.
I think the question is very difficult.
Once
sections of the people who dominate media, all sorts of structures and systems. And I think we have to have another conference for that. That's why our brother here, the panel, is trying to answer the questions as much as possible to the best of his knowledge. We have about 9 minutes more, Dr. Ishra. We have to finish now? Well, okay, unfortunately, we don't have much time. I'm sure that the topic is also very interesting and probably we can discuss informally after this. So now I would like to give back the floor to the MC.
With deep interest in the issues we discussed. This year also is no exception. I would like to first of all introduce and welcome my panelists on this session which I'm moderating, which is two distinguished academics, one from China and one from our own Thailand. May I invite the two of them to be on stage before I introduce them properly and conducting the rest of the session. Please come forward and be on stage. The topic that we'll be discussing in my session before lunch would be Hu in Thai we call Hui. I think in the Western pronunciation maybe Hu. Minority in China and Thailand. And we'll see this perspective from both speakers on my left and my right. Let me introduce my panelists on my right. Professor Feng Yu, which is next to me here, from Dali, Yunnan province. In fact, I just visited Dali recently, visiting the University Dali and also many other universities in China. Professor Feng Yu was educated with a Bachelor of Arts from Yunnan University in journalism. There have been a Master's of Arts from Yunnan University in folklore, and a PhD candidate at the moment in Minority Arts, Department of Chinese Language and Literature at Yunnan University. Her background experience since 2008 to the present time, she has been instructor at Research Center for Ethnic Minorities in Southwest China's Frontier School for the Study of Minorities in Yunnan University, and have been researching on the issues of diversity of Hu culture and on Islamic studies. I suspect you must be a Hu Muslim yourself. That's why the issue that you're discussing and researching is of your vital interest. She has a lot of projects and monographs under her credential, and also many academic articles written and published, which I would not like to spend a lot of time going into details, but enough to say that she is a scholar working on this very issue. Welcome, Professor Feng Yu with me, please. Let me also introduce the second speaker now, and I'll let both of them speak after this. On my left is Associate Assistant Professor Dr. Suchat Sethat Marini. He is currently at the Institute of Religion, Culture and Peace from Payap University in Chiang Mai. His education background is in the area of sociology, particularly at the master's and PhD level. He got his degrees from University of Hawaii at Manaus in USA, and also he had a master's degree from the Research Institute on Demography from Mahidol University in Thailand. His bachelor degree is in the area of sociology and anthropology with second-class honors from Thấtศาสตร University in Thailand. He received many different scholarships to study, especially from Payap University, sent him to do his PhD in Hawaii, now returned to work here. He has continued to work in the area of sociology and anthropology. At Payap University, became head of the field in peace studies and now director of Institute of Religion, Culture and Peace at the same university. He also has his position as the Central Committee of Islamic Commentary in Thailand and also the Islamic Committee in Chiang Mai Province. He worked as a working committee for Julalajamundri, the Muslim representative of Thailand. He has many researchers work.
Hui ethnic group in Yunnan. Since 1950s, Chinese government have a nationality recognition. Under the guidance of Stalin's national definition, Chinese authorities and researchers try to image, write, and construct a homogeneous Hui. So from the present PPT, you can see the standard and official image of Hui. But unlike this standard official image of Hui, Yunnan, Hui living in Yunnan has their own features, including language, costume, food, architecture, festival, and etc. Hui ethnic group in Yunnan is diverse and a heterogeneous ethnic group. I will give you some pictures about 5 special Hui groups as an example to show you how typical of Hui in Yunnan is, and they are unlike the Hui of that standard and official Hui. They are these 5 special Hui ethnic groups named by scholars as Pashi, Bai Hui, Zan Hui, Zhuang Hui, and Yi Hui. Sometimes it's very difficult to distinguish them from the ethnic groups living around them because they have the same, they speak the same language and have similar custom, and they have same and they are having similar ethnic style houses. However, they believe in Islam, do not believe in any other religion. They have a strong identity as a member of Islam and Hui. This picture is Pashi, women of Pashi living in Xishuangbanna, southwest of Yunnan. Maybe you, from these pictures, you cannot recognize them are Muslim or Hui, but they are Hui in southwest of Yunnan. This is Bai Hui living in Dali, my hometown of Yunnan. You can see some women are wearing white hats, not hijab. This is Zhang. Zhang also means Tibetan Hui, living in Shangri-La of Yunnan, northwest of Yunnan. It's Zhuang Hui, living in Wenshan of Yunnan. Wenshan is in the southwest, southeast of Yunnan. You can see from this picture, in left, the woman in the left, she wears hijab, but the elder woman in the right, she's the costume of her is like similar with Zhuang, another ethnic group in Yunnan. But they are Muslim. This is Yi Hui living in Xinping of Yunnan. So they are not the people who convert to Islam. They are Hui before. Now also they are Hui now. Their formation has two approaches. One is, for my opinion, one is a localization process through a wrong interaction with other ethnic groups. Another is after the failure of Du Wenshu uprising in Qing dynasty, many Hui escaped and hid in the ethnic group areas. I will mention you that before Du Wenshu, before the failure of Du Wenshu uprising, they have good interaction with another ethnic groups around themselves. After the failure of Du Wenshu uprising, they had to hid themselves and to change some habits in order to adapt to the new environment. Next, I will introduce some how Pashi revealed to their identity. This is a map of Pashi living in Xishuangbanna of Yunnan. This is one of Pashi village named Man Luanhui. Pashi is a special ethnic group. They live in Xishuangbanna of Yunnan. The style of the food, clothing, housing is similar with Dai, and they speak Dai language. I don't know, maybe Dai is also similar with Thai language. They do not believe in Buddhism, they believe in Islam. In recent years, identity of Pashi is reviewed and maintained dynamically by members of Pashi through using their social and cultural capital. This is a new mosque built in Pashi village. And now you can see more and more girls, young girls, like to wear hijab. It is an old house in Manhuanghui, but this is the new house in Manhuanghui. You can see the traditional style of house is changing to the new house. Its architectural style is more like Arabian or Persian style. Tracing back to the ancestors' histories and the blood relationship in a way, in an important basis of rebuilding the identity of Pashi. The tomb of Pashi, this is a picture of tomb of Pashi. You can see middle of the stone. The name in the middle is the name in Chinese name. The father, the male ancestor, and in the left and the right stone, the name is Dai names. They are names of their female ancestors. So if when I research this village, they often told me that their father, my father is Hui, and my mother is Dai, so I am Pashi. So, some traditional customs are reviewed, and I think it's a main method to reform their identity. It's Juma, revival of Islam in Pashi community. Becomes the most important part of identity reconstruction. Many girls like to pray in the mosque. You can see in this brand, there are some words written by Chinese and Arabic. Through rebuilding identity, Pashi assert themselves within the economic, political, and cultural space. The changes take place in Pashi community reflect a combination of cultural inventiveness, ethnic assertiveness, inter-village rivalries, and competition for resources for social and economic development. Another topic is so let's go back, come back to Hui in Yunnan University. In history, Hui in Yunnan was a brave soldier and a successful businessman. We often place the role of middleman in the economic trade. The flow of goods carry the culture and the trade cover the multiple communication between groups and cultures. The long-distance caravan transport of Yunnan linked many big markets in Yunnan area and the markets in Southeast Asian nations, especially Myanmar and Thailand. I think the detail about this will be present by my friend and brother, Mr. He Fuqiang. In the study of Chinese Islam, we will find that Chinese Muslim and Chinese Hui are not the same concept. In China, some behaviors of Chinese Hui are not completely in accordance with the tenets of Islam, such as some deeds of maybe haram behaviors, such as smoking, drinking, and animal images are on the traditional mosques architectures. I'll show you some pictures of mosques of traditional Chinese mosques. The formation of these customs and the local culture is a result of localization of Islam in China. So next I will tell something about the localization of Islam in China. In my opinion, Islamic localization is not to abandon Quran or to give up the basic belief of religious lessons. It's not to give up teaching abstinence and ethic completely. It's just make some other adjustment in order to meet the need of people's spiritual life and material life in the new spreading regions. It's a harmonious way to integrate with the traditional local ethnic beliefs and culture. The first period of Islam, localization of Islam in China is the Fan Tang period in China. The earliest ancestors of Chinese Hui are Muslim, came from in Tang and Song dynasties. They settled down and were known as Fan Ke or Hui businessman or native Fan Ke and the 55th generation of Fan Ke. You can see from these names, after 5 generations of them, they are also Indian. They came to this businessman from Asia and Arab. They came to China and also brought with their religion, Islam. As a guest in China, these foreign people with different cultural background and living habits would live together in an area. In Tang and Song dynasty, Islam exists as a kind of alien culture in China. Islam is only limited to scope of Fan Tang, means Muslim areas. In this period, Islam was neither included in Chinese culture nor a par with 3 major cultural mainstream. We know they are Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. In Yuan dynasty, a group of Muslims came to China from Central and West Asia, so Chinese Hui population increased. This is the first governor in Yunnan province. The distribution of Muslims is beyond the Hui population of Fan Tang area. The Hui people's settlement spread in towns and villages all over China. For the implementation of census register policy in Yuan dynasty, the foreign Muslims have received an identity which put an end of the foreign residence history. and help them become Chinese citizens. Now they are Chinese. In Ming Dynasty, Chinese Islam went into the bottom. They are not have the high status as in Yuan Dynasty. Hui people's political status has been far less from the beginning of Yuan Dynasty. We know in Yuan Dynasty, Hui is the second level of citizen in China. Hui people immersed in Han culture, which is living in a vast expanse of water. Han culture inevitably influenced on every individual of Hui people. With the development of Hui, language, dress, and surname is more like Han people. Just like me, my surname is Feng. It's not a typical surname in Hui of China. So the religious consciousness has also faded. Islam for a long time has merely been a kind of etiquette and custom, not only in the eyes of other side, and even in many Hui people's heart. So in this period, many researchers were very anxious about this situation. So even after Zheng He's traveling to the west, Ming Dynasty adopted closed-door policy, so it was difficult for Chinese Muslims to communicate with Arabian or Persian Muslims. Also in Ming Dynasty, because of many researchers and scholars were very anxious about the situation of Muslims in China. Hui scholars began to explain Islamic doctrine in Confucianism. Mosque education flourished, and so did the Chinese translation of classical Islamic teachings. With the process of Chinese localization of Islam, participation by different ethnic history, culture, individual, and religious sects. Ethnic groups that believe in Islam in China have shown the ethnic diversity. Localization of Islam in China is a result of three cultural collisions. One is Islamic culture, especially Arabic and Persian culture. The second is Chinese Han culture, especially Confucianism. The third is the traditional culture of ethnic minority. Now I'll show you some picture about architectural style of mosques in Yunnan. You can see it's very Chinese style in our mosque. The word in this store means in Chinese is 真主至大. In English is in Arabic is Allahu Akbar. The left word is 寿. Its English meaning is long live. And the right is white word means happiness. In Chinese is 福. You can see it's in the front of our mosque. Maybe it's haram because it's an animal image. And another interesting thing the door is face to south, not face to east. You know, in China, many door of a mosque is face to east, but this mosque is face to south. Temple of China is face to south. Is facing to south. It's a phoenix in Chinese culture means lucky and good life. A door of mosques. You can see there are some architecture style of Arabian but there are some flowers in this door. Okay, these two books is one is Quran, another is Hadith. My conclusion is, in the concrete living situation of Hui people in Vietnam, starting from the perspective of localization provides a better way to reflect the real living picture of Hui in Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Professor Feng Yu, for your very interesting presentation. I have numerous questions that I will ask you later on after the second paper is being read. And also there was a suggestion which is very well suggested by Dr. Silapon Gosai just now before I came up on stage, that the question that was raised on the floor by a Canadian participant has validity, and I would also want to entertain that after the second paper were presented and the discussion of these Hui people is also being conducted. Therefore, why don't now, in the interest of giving time to our second speaker, may I invite Dr. Suchat Malini to speak on the issue of Chinese Muslim in northern Thailand, a common culture through multiple identities. And you look at him, you can see that he doesn't look very much like the usual Muslim in the south, but he's a Muslim. Welcome, Professor Suchat.
Thank you very much, Professor Priyansak Charanwongsak, one of the most renowned intellectuals of Thailand. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Azim. واشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Peace and blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala be with you all. It's my great honor to be here this morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, Dr. Isra Santisa, Professor Sawani Titmuat, also Dr. Chairat, who invited me to join this project. And also I would like to thank Professor Silapon, who decided from the deputy of the director of Thailand Research Fund, who decided to include China as a part of this project. I think it's very important to include it, as yesterday Her Excellency Dato Nasira Hussein, the Ambassador of Malaysia University, she mentioned now ASEAN has many plus, and I think in this conference we have plus Japan, and also we have plus China, and I think we cannot neglect China when we are talking about the ASEAN. I think every one of us here might accept that 1.5 billion populations, 56 official nationalities, and we have 10 of them are Muslim minorities out of 56. You know, this is the we minorities in China. I argue with my good friend Dr. Supri Langkote, he is not here, about the number of the Muslims in China. I said, according to the official number, Chinese official numbers, it said in 2000, it said China has about 25 or 20 million of Muslim population totally. But according to my understanding, according to my survey, in 2005, the Shanghai University did a research project to survey the Muslim population in China. It said there are about 65 million Muslims in China. That means equal to the number of the whole population of Thai society. And Dr. Supri argued that, now I think he's still in China, he argued that there are about 200 million Muslim population in China, which for my understanding, I think is too exaggerate number. I'm not quite sure, maybe I can ask Professor Feng Yu as a Chinese from China. I'm not sure if 你觉得现在中国有多少那个伊斯兰教
Maybe 100 billion.
She said 100 million. I think that's a reasonable number, I guess. I just try to speak a little bit Chinese just to show that I'm a real Chinese. Yeah, actually my father moved from Yunnan, China, and as her presentation, she also mentioned my Chinese name. I'm not sure that you recognize it or not. She mentioned my name, not Suchat, but He Fu Xiang.
Yeah.
That's my Chinese name.
But in Yunnan, you are more like Hui than me.
Oh yeah.
Because you have typical looking at your first name, your family name is He.
Right.
It's different from another He in Yunnan.
Right.
It's a special using in Hui.
Yeah. She mixed with Hui and Percy, right?
Yes.
Thai people. It's very interesting. I was very excited for the presentation. It shows us, as a Muslim, what we learn from her presentation, according to my view. You will see how the Islamic world is so diverse. And according to Islamic teaching, I think the diversity is beauty. Diversity is the rahmah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I think this is very important that we need to keep in mind. So just want to my Chinese name, my Arabic name, I also have Arabic name Abu Bakr Siddiq, mashallah. Chinese name He Fu Xiang, please pronounce it correctly. He Fu Xiang, not Qi Xiang Xiang. Okay. This is the Hui minority in China. You see why we have to include the Chinese Muslim to this project. Most of the slide of my presentation, I will follow like Professor Yu, a lot of pictures, not more details on the content of my paper, which you can look at it later in more detail in my paper in the proceeding. In this project, I would like to explore how the culture and identity, how the culture and identity of Chinese Muslims in northern Thailand is preserved and transformed when they move across their homeland, and how they share some common culture with their homeland and host society. I think this is my research question that I'd like to answer to this conference and in my paper. As Professor Yu, it's very easy to me to follow her presentation. She gave a background of the Muslim in Yunnan. You have to keep in mind that Yunnan is very important for China. The Chinese government trying to conquer Yunnan for hundreds of years, but couldn't because in a very remote area. And it's important in the aspect of Yunnan is like a gateway, to Southeast Asia. You see in the map, gateway to Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, and also to Thailand. And if you are going to the Route C, you can go to the South Asia, to the South Asia, in India, Pakistan, so on and so forth. Then it was conquered by the Mongol, that as Professor Yu mentioned in the Mongol period. Kublai Khan said the site is called, his name is Saijit Ajahn Shamsuddin, came to Yunnan and became the first governor of Yunnan. There is a big PhD dissertation from Harvard University, just to study about only one person, Saijit Ajahn Shamsuddin, who his ancestor came from Bukhara or Uzbekistan now. When the Mongol, when the Genghis Khan, they invaded in Central Asia at that time. I don't have time to talk, give you a detail about the history of the Muslim in Yunnan. In the mid-19th century, a group of people, the Yunnanese, this is a kind of their tradition that in one family, in every family, there is a member, or there are some members of that family that will trade along Yunnan, Burma, and Thailand, forth and back, by the Mu caravan. When they came to Burma or Myanmar, they were called Pante Muslim. Pante Muslim. There are some hypotheses why they were called Pante, and you can see the details in my paper. And also for the Pante Muslim in Panglong area, Panglong village, I think there are a big group of Muslims who moved from Yunnan during the Tu Sil, during the Ta Li, during the, we call Pante Rebellion. That's a very big event. Hundreds of thousands of Muslims were killed by the Qing dynasty at that time. There is a dissertation. There is a dissertation from University of Hawaii in History Department, study about the Pante Rebellion. I think if you want to study about the details of the Pathé Muslim, you can look at that dissertation. When they moved to northern Thailand, they were called Ho Muslim. You have to keep in mind that when for the image of the Ho people for the Thai people, it's not Ho is not just Muslim. We also have Ho non-Muslim Ho, or like the KMT, the Kuomintang. After the Mao Revolution, they also migrated from Yunnan to Burma and then to Thailand. In Mesalong, in Phang, we have a non-Muslim Ho as well. But we don't know where is the word Ho came from. There are also some hypotheses about why they were called Ho. And this is the Ho Muslim, the Chinese Muslim in northern Thailand. I took this picture from this masjid. I think this is the biggest masjid of Chinese Muslim in Thailand. It's located in the heartland of Chiang Mai, in Nai Bazaar area, or Masjid Ban Ho, or in Arabic Hidayatul Islam, which I grew up in this community. You know, this is the first generation of Chinese Muslim who came to northern Thailand, Chiang Rai, Chiang Mai, and I think almost all of them passed away. I think only 2 left here. Yeah. And also, I think the beauty of this picture here, it's not quite clear. I think the beauty of this picture, we also see another different ethnics who also include in this picture, like Indian or Bengali, you know, who also join this group. That's very interesting. And this is they didn't wear the hijab at that time. I think this picture is about 40 years ago, 40, 50 years ago. But now everything has changed. You know, if you are going to Chiang Mai, you will see most of the Muslim women, they wear the hijab. This is a very important person of our community, Zheng Chonglin, his name, and he was knighted as Khun Chuang Liang Lư by the Chiang Mai governor at that time for his great contribution to Thai society. This is the government gazette in 1924 said that, you know, the list of the person who donate money and land for the construction of Chiang Mai airport. You know, it said, Zheng Chonglin, yeah, his name, this person. It said in government gazette, it said, Jiao Pakinai, I mean Chiang Mai governor at that time, 140 right. I don't know how to convert right to acre. I think it's maybe about 40 acre, I guess. And Nai Lau Jeng Chat Ho, that means Zheng Chonglin. Chat Ho means they consider as, they use the nationality as a surname. Lau Jeng Chat Ho, 225 right. That means, I think it's about 100 acres donated land for the construction of Chiang Mai Airport. I think that's a very great contribution to Thai society. Interestingly enough, last year I came to visit Ningxia. I'm not sure, in August or September, I'm not sure. And I went to the museum in Ningxia. Here. It's a cultural park and museum in Ningxia. And, you know, I found this picture. What's the title of this? Professor Feng Yu, what is it said about? It's in the session of Zheng He. There is a big session of Zheng He because he's one of the most important people of China, the great admiral during the Ming dynasty. You know, I found this picture in Ningxia Cultural Park. What did it say in the top? Can you read it?
Some things of overseas about Zheng He in southeast of Asia.
Yeah, because we can trace back that Zheng Chongling is the 15th descendant of Zheng He. You know, because he also from China, and they put his picture. This is the masjid Hidayatul Islam. Is in the left, in the middle of the left. You see the masjid Islam Ban Ho, Hidayatul Islam in Chiang Mai, and in the middle, the family member of Hun Chuang Lian, who is the 15th descendant of Zheng He. Now I'd like to move to my argument, and also along the line with Professor Feng Yu, that, you know, if we look at, I think every ethnic, like in Muslim, as Professor Udarija, he said, Muslims do not reproduce a monolithic Muslim identity. Furthermore, Muslims' engagement in identity construction informs us of power struggles that are embedded in material global conditions and global processes that make use of a multiplicity of registers and frames of reference. I think this is very important. Even though we are a Chinese Muslim, you can see the diversity of the Hui people in China as the presentation for Professor Feng Yu. And in my case, the Chinese Muslim in northern Thailand, I would like to argue that their identities always change from time to time. Depends on the factors, depending on the context in that period. Like when they first came before 1940, they made identities. I think they are a Chinese trader. They are middlemen. They play a very important role in the economic aspects in northern Thailand. They have a move caravan, distribute goods from the urban area to the remote area for another ethnic groups. And during 1940 to 1990, I think this is, if you study about the historical context of Thai society, this is the period of Thai nationalism policy that imposed to everywhere in Thailand at that time. And also, for the Chinese Muslim, they are a small group of people. The first generation, they didn't have any security status. But for the second generation, they would like the second generation who grew up in Thailand to have a full status in Thailand. What should they do? They just send us to attend the formal education in the city. Even though it's a Christian university, I'm graduated from the high school from Montfort College. It's a Catholic university, you know. And now, you know, for my generation, we have, I think right now for the Chinese Muslim, we have about 40, 50 medical doctors in Chiang Mai and in northern Thailand. We have engineers, we have a pharmacy, we have a professor, teachers everywhere. Now they become like a middle class, and even though they are, we have a small number, but we also have a lot of dignity in this society because of our education and our contribution to the Thai society. We have one of the best medical doctor, the heart surgery in Chiang Mai, in Suan Dok Hospital. And in the third period, you can see the details in my paper. I'd like to move on very quick for having more discussion from the floor. I think this period is about the transnational Muslim identities. This period, the Muslim, the teaching, the ideology from various sectors of the world, like from Saudi Arabia, the student who graduated from the Saudi Arabia came with a new teaching, also from the Tabligh Jama'ah movement, Dawah movement. That's also a very transnational Muslim movement in the world. They came. Then, many Chinese Muslims belong to that group. They became the Salafi Muslim, became the Tabligh Jama'ah Muslim, and also, but the majority, they are still the Chinese follow the Hanafi school as in China. I was asked by the reviewer of my paper that you should also add the connection between Chinese Muslim and in Thailand and China. I saw many aspects that we can connect to China, especially the kinship and religious aspect. This is very strong aspect that I found in this project. A Yunanese Muslim in Chiang Mai, he states, I don't understand why some Chinese Muslims, they unrealize their great root in China. They should keep in mind that Islam has come to China shortly after the day of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the Hanafi Islam is widely practiced throughout China and the world. Thus, as Chinese Muslims, we have to follow Hanafi practices like our relatives and our ancestors in China. I'm not sure is it right or not, but this is their view. They follow the Hanafi, very strong Hanafi school. Like this, this people, he's the only one of his family member who came to Thailand. And I guess in 2005, I came with him to Sichuan Patna, 12 Patna, to visit his home family. And I was lucky enough to visit that Professor Feng Yu mentioned about the Thai Muslim village, Manlon, Mansai, in Muang Thai. I also came there. This picture is in Muang Thai.
I know somebody of them.
You know somebody of them? MashaAllah. Yeah, she knows somebody of them. Yeah, and he's the only person and came to 12 Panna and reunion with his family. And also this guy is very important. The next picture in the right side, I already met them in Chiang Mai. They're in Chiang Mai, but they have a shop in Doi Pui, far away from downtown Chiang Mai. So we rarely met. But I met him in Yunnan, in a masjid after the Friday prayer in Najayin. They were so glad to meet me and said, oh, the interesting thing is they couldn't communicate. They couldn't speak Yunnanese. They couldn't communicate with his uncle. This is the first match between the two relatives. And what he told me was, when I come back to Thailand, I will learn, I will study Chinese, and I will back to reunion with my relatives in China. For my experience, I came to my first visit China is in 1996, I guess. I came with my father. He's also the only one of his family who migrated to northern Thailand. we came to visit this village. It's in the mountain, it's in the jungle. I couldn't imagine how come he can walk from Yunnan to northern Thailand to Chiang Mai. MashaAllah. And one of my cousins, he pointed his finger to, this is a tomb, to the tomb in that village, and said, he told me, your name, He Fu Qiang, was there. You know, they put on the tomb. You know, because, you know, every Chinese Muslim baby, when they gave birth and the family, they will wrote a letter. At that time, we didn't have the email or Facebook. Wrote back to China, to our grandfather, grandmother. Oh, now I have a baby, he's a son, and they will give the name in Chinese. You know, in Chinese, the kinship is very strong. From my name, I will know who is my generation, who is senior, who is younger than me. We will know by the name of the Chinese name. And this is the way from Yunnan they came to Chiang Mai in the mosque in Chiang Mai. Yeah, and this is a kind of relationship in the religious aspect. A Yunnanese Muslim from Chiang Mai, they donated like $1 million, $30,000 to the construction, the renovation of the religious school in China. I think in 1996. Yeah. And during past decades, as you might know, now China is become enjoy the economic prosperity, and now they become a rich people. Now it's their turn to send the money back to northern Thailand, to Chiang Mai. This is their donation to Chiang Mai. This is the name. They put the list of this รายชื่อผู้บริจาคจากยูนนาน that means the list of the donation from Yunnan province. We got like 5-6 million baht from the Yunnan people for this building in Chiang Mai. And also this point in Chiang Mai, for the Chinese Muslim in northern Thailand, we have like the similar pattern of the religious school. The religious school in the Islamic school for the Hanafi Chinese, the school and the masjid will come together. The school organized by the masjid, which different from the Muslim in the south, the condo, Ponok in the south. Most of the Ponok run by the individual ulama, but for the Hanafi Chinese, the religious school run by the masjid. This is the same pattern as the Muslim in China. Okay, I think related, I will stop in 5 minutes. Related to the kinship and the religious aspect, I think many of the Chinese Muslims in Thailand, they came back to China and do business with their relatives, open the restaurant, start the travel agency, the meatball factory, things like that. And also, you know, just the past Songkran, April, the past in April, you know, hundreds of cars from Yunnan, the Yunnanese Muslim from Yunnan, they came to Chiang Mai to visit their relatives. And a friend of mine, he was asked to open some business connected to China, things like that. This happened in the most recent situation. For the cultural aspect, I think Professor Feng Yu did a very great presentation for her presentation. Can you guess? This is a mosque from where? Do you know where is the mosque? Where is this mosque? Do you know? Anyone can answer? Not sure? Do you think? Yes. It's in Chiang Rai, Darul Aman. You know, it's very beautiful. It's a Chinese style, Chinese masjid, Chinese architecture. Yeah, style. Darul Aman. Please visit. Very beautiful. Like in Ban Hong, you know, always put the word Qing Zhen Si. As in China, we call the masjid Qing Zhen Si, which means pure and true place. Masjid is a pure and true. The Chinese Muslim consider Islam as a pure and true religion. That's why they call Qing Zhen. And they also use for the halal word is Qing Zhen. Qing Zhen restaurant, that means halal restaurant. And this is in China. I will switch forward and back between northern Thailand and China. This is also Qing Zhen Si in the main gate of a mosque in Jiaying in Yunnan province. Qing Zhen Si also. And this is, how does it look like? Chinese temple? I think yes, for the imagination of many Thai people. This is the Chinese people. But you know how Islam when came to every culture, how it was contextualized, which Professor Feng Yu called localization. This is the Chinese architecture. If you put the Buddha image inside, it became a Buddhist temple. If you put a cross in this, it became a Christian church. And if you want to be a mosque, what did they do? They put, you know, Qing Zhen Si on the roof. The word Qing Zhen Si on the roof. Qing Zhen Si. It's not quite clear. And you know, under the roof you will see the Arabic. You see the Arabic, not Arabic in an Arabic style, but Arabic in a Chinese style. Perhaps the Arab, when the Arabs came to see this mosque, maybe they will cry because they couldn't read Arabic from this mosque, because it was contextualized as a Chinese style. I think this is very interesting. This is the mihrab. Mihrab means the niche to show the direction to Mecca. When we are praying as a Muslim, we face the Qibla, we face the direction of Kaaba in Mecca. This is the mihrab. Also, you know, in the what is this verse in the Quran? I'm not sure. Maybe the Arab cannot read. I don't know. And also in the this one I took it from Yunnan, and this one from Chiang Mai, in a Yunnanese mosque in Chiang Mai. The mihrab, you see, also Arabic in a Chinese style. I think, but here we can get Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Surah Al-Fatiha, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Yeah, we can guess, but I don't know this one. Okay, also the tomb. This is the cultural aspect. You know, this person, you know, this is the tomb. It's very similar to the tomb of the Chinese, the Han people, you know. It's maybe the same, but how they localization, how they contextualize the tomb for the Muslim people. They put the word Kullu nafsin za'ikatul maut. Every people must die. A verse in the Quran. And also this is from in Phan district from Chiang Mai. Also this is a tomb Kullu nafsin za'ikatul maut. Everywhere. see the same pattern between the Chinese Muslim in Chiang Mai. And also maybe I have the 3 slides. This is the main gate in 12 Panna, I guess in the mosque in 12 Panna. They always put the word wa innal masajida lillahi fala tad'u ma'allah ahada. And the places of worship are only for Allah, so pray not unto anyone along with Allah. When you come to Yunnan, in the main gate, everywhere you will see this word. And this is also wa innal masajida lillahi fala tad'u ma'allah ahada in this Tabayi Shinjuku, Masjid Tabayi, also in Yunnan. This is in Chiang Mai. You will see how we enjoy the multiple identities. On top, wa innal masajida lillahi fala tad'u ma'allah ahada. In the middle, in the center, we have Surau Islam Chiang Mai. On the bottom, Hui Jiao Li Bai Tang. Confirmed by Chinese. Hui Jiao Li Bai Tang. Yeah, the Muslim mosque. And you know, on the right side of the signboard in the Yunnanese mosque in Chiang Mai, construct in 2459, almost 100 years. This is the Buddhist era. I just wonder why they didn't use the Hijrah. We have as a Muslim, we have the Islamic calendar, we have an Islamic era, Hijrah. But they didn't use, they used Buddha era. And also in this, also the construction of this mosque in 1917, in Christian era. I'm just trying to conceptualize this signboard. As a social scientist, I think this is show a very good representation of the multiple identities of the Yunnanese Muslim in Thailand. We enjoy. I'm also absolutely I'm a Muslim. I'm proud to be a Muslim. I'm also proud to be Thai. Also proud to be a Chinese, and also we peacefully coexist with the Buddhist friend, Buddhist brother and sister, with Christian. I think this is the wisdom of our ancestors that trying to convince us to live peacefully in this society. For my conclusion, this is last slide. I think I would like to appeal that China is very important. And even though we have a very small number of the Yunnanese Muslims in northern Thailand, not more than, I guess, 30,000, but I think in terms of the capital, we are very rich. I'd like to appeal. We have a religious capital, Islam, Hanafi Islam. We have a social capital, the connection between the queenship, relatives in China, economic capital, and also cultural capital. I think this will bring the potentiality, the positive ways to connect with China in the near future. Maybe perhaps the Chinese Muslims in northern Thailand, they can be a springboard for the Thai society, for the Muslims in ASEAN to connect with China, inshallah. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. I must confess that I'm totally educated in this session about the Chinese Muslim, the Hui people in China, Yunnan, and in the northern part of Thailand through these distinguished two speakers. I have numerous questions as usual. As a person of my type, were curious to know more. And that before I let you ask some questions from the floor, let me kick off this discussion at this end, purposely allowing half an hour for us to have extensive discussion by saying this and asking the two of them. I'm listening to them very intensively to understand the Chinese Muslim, the Hui Muslim in Yunnan, in Thailand. questions arisen in my mind are numerous. For example, the issue versus syncretism. In anthropology and sociology, my distinguished Dr. Suchad will understand because it is background sociology and anthropology. The localization term that being used by Professor Feng Yu is a very nice way to put it, which could embrace the two concepts of contextualization and syncretism. If I may define it differently, one is when you contextualize, is that you are keeping the essence of your own Muslimness without compromise, and yet you adapt what can be adapted to the local cultural context without diluting your pure and true kind of system of Islam. Where syncretism would mean that you have already invaded some of the essence of Muslimness or Islamic pure teaching from the Quran and have adapted to an extent where it went beyond what is the pure and true of Islam and become something of a hybrid that changed the nature of purity and faithfulness to the devotion of Islam teaching. With that framework in mind, may I ask the two of you whether the Hui Muslim in Yunnan have contextualized to localize to the extent that it becomes syncretized or not, and the same here with the Muslim in Thailand. If I notice the differences, I noticed that you mentioned something very interesting to me. You say you put the animals on the masjid, which is prohibited as haram in the Muslim teaching, not halal. And therefore it's not pure and not true. Plus you put your masjid facing the south rather than the east towards Mecca. And also I noticed that you have mentioned some other things that give me a feeling like there is some mixture, hybridization that's going on in the Muslim there of the Hui people. Whereas when I look at the northern people of Thailand, the Hui, the Ho and Hui are the same? No, not quite. The Muslim in the north of Thailand, it seems that the extent of adaptation were very little. I know they don't notice anything that is haram there. I only see the Buddhist era of the year building the Islamic mosque. Apart from that, when I look at all your pictures, I see nothing haram there. Whereas I see in here. Tell me how far has it gone in your opinion as your conclusion, and before the conclusion, explain to me as well why the adaptation was bigger here in Yunnan than in the northern part of Thailand. That's the first question. Then I'll go on to others. Please.
The mosque I just showed you is a traditional mosque in Yunnan. Maybe it is built in Ming or Qing dynasty. Now, many mosques are built nowadays. Their architectural style is more like Arabian or Persian style. These traditional mosques are fading and disappearing. For some reasons. I have mentioned in my presentation, especially in Ming Dynasty, Muslim in China has a low status, has a lowest status in the political position. So they have the conscience of their religion is not strong like today. So many we can see some image in the front or in the door on the door of the message. It's a typical in my presentation of this of my presentation. But many of mosques, they have some image like some dragon, phoenix, and some animals, but they have no eyes in the image. Because for Chinese Muslims, they will tell you that if one image has no eyes, so it has no spirit. It has no spirit, so it's not haram. It's just a picture.
I see. That's a very good explanation. I want to, maybe you can respond to what Professor Peng Yu said too. I'm educated again. If animals have no eyes, it's not haram.
Yeah.
Oh. Therefore, if you take the eyes away from the animals who are haram, like dog and other kind of animals, snake and all those kind of animals, it can run around in the masjid area without being haram. Is that the idea? Pardon my ignorance. I'm asking because I don't understand. She is telling me something new. Please explain.
Another reason maybe is in Ming and the Qing dynasty. If you show more and more your Muslim identity, it's very dangerous. And if you hide yourself in, for example, you build your mosque like a temple, maybe someone will protect you. And it's temple, we cannot destroy it. I think.
The desire to be as close proximity to the host culture as much as possible without violating the Islamic teaching. That's what I suspect Professor Peng Yu is trying to explain to me. And the explanation of the haram issue of the animals is you interpret it that without eyes of animal there is no spirit, therefore it's not haram.
Thank you very much, Professor Peng Yu, for bringing us a very fruitful discussion for this topic. I don't know how to answer your question, but I would just like to give you some example when I came to another Muslim communities like in Bangkok or in South. One question that I always will ask by the Muslim from other places is like, do you use the chopstick? Is it haram? Because my parents taught me that using chopstick is haram. And that's why I need to explain the difference between the culture and religion, which we mentioned about the contextualization. We need to separate the culture and religion. And also one question that I always would ask about, do you worship the ancestor? Do you have a kind of ancestor worshipping for the Chinese Muslims? Things like that. Do you worship the moon? Things like that. I have to explain that in that aspect, it's about the Tawheed, it's about the Aqidah, it's about the sovereignty power of God. We cannot violate. That kind of practices, the Islam, totally cover that kind of culture practices. So we don't worship our ancestors, the moon, things like that. But I still see a lot of if that practices is not related to the Aqidah, the Tawheed, the unity of God, then we can practice like another aspect of culture, the food. We also eat the Chinese food, prefer to eat the Chinese food. Also, one thing that I'm not sure is it related to the religion or not, Islamic teaching or not. Like when we have a wedding ceremony, for the Chinese people, they always use the red color. They prefer to use the red color for the gifts for the bride and the groom, things like that, for the wedding ceremony. And sometimes, for the Muslim the younger generation who adopt the new teaching, like from Saudi Arabia, that we would agree with the elder generation that this is haram. This is the red is belong to China, belong to some certain culture which is not Islam, things like that. And this is still in debate among Muslims.
Thank you so very much. I think you are giving some principle behind your explanation very well. That means if it's not violating the unity of God, the pure teaching of Islam in terms of what is being taught in the Tawheed, then you are allowed to adapt some of the cultural, non-religious aspect into the Islamic living of the Chinese Muslim. For example, chopstick has nothing to do with God. It's just a matter of picking up food. Therefore, it's okay. The Chinese style of cooking has nothing to do with it, and therefore it seems to be acceptable. But still remaining, the question which is very great is interpretation. Often a lot of different sects or segments or fragments of the same religion come out because of different interpretation of attempting to honor the same principle in the teaching. In Islam, you have many sects, you have many groups. You have the Wahhabi, you have the Sunni, you have the Shia, you have many others also. Just like many other religions, the Buddhists also have many, the Christians have many denominations, the same thing. And let me ask you to classify for me the Muslim in Yunnan among the Hui, the Muslim in the north of Thailand among the Chinese. What type are they? And apart from being contextualized there, how are they related to the same kind of Muslim? Suppose you're the same Sunni people, say. Do you practice the same thing like the Sunni in the south or in Bangkok? Is it the same? If you're Sunni, suppose you're Sunni, you're Sunni, Hanafi is Sunni. Explain to us the difference between your particular type of Muslimness in China and Muslim of the same kind in other parts. What's the difference? So we can see the nuance of differences in the cultural adaptation that go on. Please. You can go first, or you can go first.
Oh yeah. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think most of the Chinese Muslims in northern Thailand, they consider themselves as a Sunni Hanafi school. They follow the Hanafi practices, which are different from the Muslim in Bangkok or in the south, which they follow the Shafi'i school. But this difference is not a big difference, just some details about our practices, and we also consider ourselves as a Sunni Muslim. And for me, as I say, the difference it doesn't matter for me. It's just, I think that just from different interpretation, and for me the difference, not just within the Muslim society, also the difference between the humankind. For me, I think that's the mercy of God. That's the beauty. We have to come across of some line that we draw, because we are all human. In the Quran says, وَمَا صَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. The Prophet Muhammad was sent to us, not just for the Muslim, but for the mercy of all humans. I think this is a very important message that our Muslim fellows have to keep in mind.
Anything to add?
In China, in Vietnam, most of them are Sunni Hanafi Muslims. And
my question is more not than just what type. Is that the difference between the Hanafi and Sunni Muslim of other of in China that elsewhere, like for example in Xinjiang, is that different from Yunnan? That's what my question. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that the same type of Hanafi and Sunni among the Yunnan Hui people, is that different from the Xinjiang Hanafi Sunni Muslim in terms of the way they express their cultural expression in identities with the Chinese?
In Yunnan, I think maybe I can say it like this. After 1950s, Hui is recognized as Hui as a nationality, So it's different from Hui. It's different Hui from Xinjiang Muslim, from Xinjiang and other 8 Muslim in China. So there are 10 Muslim nationalities in China. Hui just one of them. And in Yunnan, most of them are Sunni.
Thank you. I have many more questions, but I want to give you chances on the floor to ask questions. I have 50 more questions I want to ask, but I don't want to ask. I'll leave it to you. Please identify yourself quickly at the microphone. If you will save time, you'll line up, ask your questions, and then come to the microphone, please. And then let them answer. Shall we do it at one go? All of you who want to ask questions, come to line up and let them note down the questions and they answer in one go. Why don't you line up? Please, go ahead.
Actually, it is not Jewish Chinese movement.
Sorry?
I am not myself, Muhammad Shamsuddin.
Speak up louder so people can hear you.
I am Muhammad Shamsuddin from Egypt, and I am an instructor here in Raqqa University. I teach Arabic language. You ask them what is the difference between Sunnah or Shia. You want to know the difference?
No, I didn't want to know the difference of Shia. Of the same type, different from other Muslims.
Maliki, Abu Hanifa, Ibn Malik, these 4 schools, as he said, this appeared after about 200 years after the death of Muhammad. This is no different in the measure of Islam. The difference we call it in ibadah, this in the relationship between the people, and the little difference in worship. Some won't put the hand like that, put the hand like that. This is no big difference in the 4 schools. The difference only between Sunnah and Shia. This is the difference in Islam. And the other hand, the question about image, put image in mosque, or take out the eyes or something like that. In Islam, we said, الحلال بين والحرام بين وبينهما مشتبهات كثيرة. This means haram is clear, halal is clear. As we read in Quran, as we read in Sunnah, we will follow. This about the culture, not about Islam. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't I let you continue, please? Identify yourself, both of you, and ask, please.
My name is Ramzan bin Kamsan. So we'd like to make understand about the picture of this one. About this one. As you see in Islam, we have 2. One is we call Aqidah. And another is, the second is Mu'amalah. Aqidah is the way of the trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and also trust in the. And what is Aqidah? So nobody can change this one. Have to do this one. To pray 5 times, to pray 5 times this one. Allah is oneness, is one. This is nobody can change this one about Aqidah. But Mu'amalah is social. When you are this one, there is a social work. When you are this one, depend on the, yes, there is a sunnah like this one, but depend on the situation, depend on the surrounding there. If you are in China, like this one. If you are in Thailand, you can do like this one. Many things about this, the what you call the muamalah. This is so the muamalah. This is what we have. I mean the life. I mean that you spend your life in this world. This is we call this muamalah. So it means that this something like a picture of this one. Some they say okay halal. Sometimes some they say this is not halal. Depend on the because like our sister said that no eye is not haram, something like that. This is but many things of this one. Sometimes like a pate. This is the wing of the bird, something like that. So they use this one. But the full body, something like that one. So I would like to explain about this one. Islam is aqidah and muamalah. So this one we can join with everybody. I mean, we stay in this world. We can join with any religion, any sect, or all the people we can join because muamalah is widely, and the Quran is for muamalah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Chairat Sri Patara. The first thing that I'd like to direct to Professor from utilization. Of course, this I'm using engineering language because I'm an engineer. Again, to another question: what's the main driver behind the reconstruction of Muslim identity, either in China, in Yunnan, or in the northern of Thailand? Yeah. And the last one, probably, how can you draw the similarity in terms of pattern of transformation or whatever that's the factor that influence the change until up to this stage? Maybe my question is not very clear, but I'm sure that the Professor can understand it well. Yep.
I think his questions is very good. 3 questions. 1, instruction to try to rebuild the Islamicness to the true and pure. What have you done? Number 3 is the issue of similarity. Whether there is any similarity between northern Thailand and Yunnan, southern China. Would you like to address that? I mean, what have you to compromise? What you have to give away, you have to hide, you have to take away to please the government who wanted to get to kill you, to put you in jail during that time, so that you hide your Islamic enough not to be persecuted, yet stay true as Islamic people. Like your temple, you say, look like a Chinese building so that they would not damage your building, demolish it. Those are the costs they give away. What else are the giveaway that you have to do that our friend is asking? To try going to masjid, you still pray in your house, but you don't throw away the Islamicness despite of those.
May I add some point?
Please.
Yesterday I asked Ajahn, Dr. Isra, about what language that I should give my presentation for today. And he said you should give both language, Thai and English. So now I think this is the last part I'd like to give in Thai to answer Ajahn Chairat. Sorry for brother and sister from foreigners. อาจารย์ครับผมอ่านเจอเอกสารที่พูดถึงเหตุการณ์ในช่วงปฏิวัติวัฒนธรรมจีนอย่างที่โปรเฟสเซอร์เฟิร์นยูได้บอก
Direct documents of cultural revolution.
เอาหมูขึ้นไปในมัสยิดเอากุรอานวางเอาหมูขึ้นไปมัสยิดแล้วก็เหยียบ
into the
เฉียบกุรอานนะครับในมัสยิด
stand on the Quran.
น้ำในบ่อน้ำในบ่อที่ประจำหมู่บ้านที่ทุกคนจะต้องไปตักกิน
ตับทำน้ำละหมาด
the well in the
เอากระดูกหมูหย่อนลงไปอันนี้เป็นเอกสารทั้งหมดนะไม่ใช่ประวัติ
throw the bones of the pigs
เอา
inside
กระดูกหมูหย่อนลงไปในบ่อเพื่อที่จะให้พวกมุสลิมเนี่ยได้รู้ว่า
so the Muslim can
น้ำกระดูกหมูเนี่ยมันหวานยังไง
can know that the water that put in the well that are mixed with the bones of the
เดือนรอมฎอนนะครับตื่นขึ้นมาละหมาดเร่งกะเอาปืนขึ้นมาตั้งแต่ละบ้านแต่ละหมู่บ้านเอาปืนขึ้นมาบ้านไหนที่ตื่นขึ้นมากินข้าวสะโฮนะครับจุดไฟเพื่อกินข้าวสะโฮยิงครับ
they gun down the families that came at night to take the meal
เขาต้องแอบจุดเทียนตื่นผมว่าหยุดไม่ได้นะครับคำถามของอาจารย์นี่นะครับหยุดไม่ได้ครับเพราะอิสลามเข้ามาในจีนนะครับเราอย่าลืมสมัยคอลิฟาอุสมาน22 ปีหลังบอกบาทหลังการสิ้นชีวิตของศาสดาบางเอกสารบอกว่าอยู่ในช่วง
to China
คอลิฟาอุสมาน18 ปีหลังบอกบาทนะครับอิสลามเข้ามาในยูนานเป็น700 ปีในสมัยมองโกลผมคิดว่าเขาอาจจะกระทำยังไงก็ได้แต่อีมานที่มันฝังมาไม่รู้กี่รุ่นคนเนี่ยนะครับที่อยู่ในไม่รู้กี่เจเนอเรชันอีมานความศรัทธาที่มันปลูกฝังเนี่ยผมคิดว่าบังคับยังไงมันบังคับไม่ได้
The faithfulness to Islam is there
ขอเล่าเรื่องสุดท้าย
pressure coercion
ผมขอเล่าเรื่องสุดท้ายนะครับ
my last
ผมไปที่2 ปันนานะครับที่มัสยิดที่เมืองซื่อเหมา
in China
ผมไปเห็นแล้วน้ำตาไหล
in Suma
อิหม่ามเนี่ยเขาไปชี้ให้ดูนะครับ
I saw it with tears in my eyes
มันจะมีฐานของมัสยิดเป็นหินนะครับหนักมาก
foundation of masjid heavy
เวลามัสยิดที่จีนเวลาเขาทำมัสยิดเนี่ยเขาจะเอาเสาเนี่ยมาตั้งบนฐานที่เป็นหินไม่ต้องหลอกดูเลยพวกเรา
put the pillar on top of this foundation
มีฐานอยู่2 ฐานครับที่พี่น้องมุสลิมแบกมาจากต้าลี่หลังเหตุการณ์ที่ราชวงศ์ชิงนะครับเห็นฆ่าพี่น้องมุสลิมหลายแสนคนเลือดท่วมแผ่นดินนะครับที่ต้าลี่นะครับในช่วงแผ่นเทปมีเอกสารหมดพวกนี้เขาแบกเสามัสยิดจากต้าลี่ครับมาที่12 ปันนาไม่รู้กี่ร้อยกิโลครับแบกมาตั้งไว้ที่มัสยิดนะครับที่สื่อมาผมในฐานะที่เห็นเหตุการณ์อ่านประวัติศาสตร์ตรงนั้นผมไปเห็นท่อนตรงนี้นะครับที่มัสยิดต้าลี่เนี่ยน้ำตาไหลนะครับก็จะเห็นความมีอีหม่านกับพี่น้องนะครับเพราะนั้นผมโดยส่วนตัวเนี่ยได้เป็นมุสลิมเนี่ยผมเลยไปแปลกใจครับว่าทำไมนะครับในฐานะที่เป็นมุสลิมตรงนี้นะครับผมจึงได้รับมรดกของอิสลามที่ทำให้ผมมีความเข่งขรึมมีอีหม่านทุกวันนี้นะครับก็เพราะคนรุ่นสองที่เขาสูญเสียต้องต่อสู้นะครับอะไรเยอะแยะมากมาย
because they have to go through many
ไว้เท่านี้นะครับก็เป็นข้อมูลให้กับท่านทั้งหลาย
difficulties during those periods
so รับบนาตินาปิญญาสนะปิญญา
I think I have went beyond the time that I should. This is 40 minutes beyond the scheduled time that we should close the session. It's so interesting. I'm sure you were very educated by the two of them more concerning the Chinese Islamic people in Yunnan and in the northern part of Thailand, just like as I do. Thank you very much for joining us in this sessions. The two of you have done a great job, and we wanted to thank you for your presentation. Let's put our hands together for the two of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that's the end of the morning session. Please join me in thanking Professor Feng Yu, Assistant Professor Dr. Sushat Sethamalini, and Professor Dr. Hueng Sak Saranongsak for yet another interesting and knowledgeable session. As for lunch,
brothers and sisters, in this afternoon we have a great opportunity to hear our researchers render a very important topic on the freedom of religion for young people in Thailand as well as in Myanmar. We have heard that many years ago the Burmese government is trying hard
to Burmanize Muslims in Myanmar. We have to find out whether it's fact or just saying. And of course, we have two researchers here who are willing to share all the ideas and research with us. First, who is sitting on my left or on your right is our brother, candidate PhD, Ni Jaw. And on my right side, or on the left side, is Dr. Chairat Siripatana. Brothers and sisters, may I introduce you our PhD candidate. Ni Jaw is currently a PhD student in the University of New South Wales in Canberra, Australia. He received his first degree in Myanmar. He also has his master's degrees in international political economy and human rights demonstration from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and Sydney University in Australia. Brothers and sisters, we would like to invite our researchers and guest speakers today to share us his views and ideas. Please.
Thank you so much. Mingalaba, Sawadika. So today I'm going to talk about Myanmar Muslims' freedom of religion in legal and social perspectives. So first I would like to inform all of you that I'm not, because I receive a lot of questions about the Rohingya, which is a very, very topical thing in the news. So, but I'm not going to talk about this particular group alone. Instead, I'm going to talk about all the Muslim groups in Myanmar. So this is my from the social perspective in terms of societal acceptance of Muslims by the Buddhist majority. So this is my argument. Yes, there are a lot of constitutional provisions for legal equality and religious freedom of Muslims in general or the groups in Myanmar, but there is a lack of tendency of the Buddhist majority to accept their fellow Muslims as their legal and social equals still now, which is a very challenging thing. A little bit about Muslims in Myanmar in general first, then I will look at the literature, existing literature on them, and I will look at what we mean by religious freedom, and then I will look in particular about the constitutional provisions in the 3 constitutions of Myanmar we have had since independence. Then I will look at the plural society concept in colonial Burma, which is usually used to explain the majority-minority relations in colonial Burma. Then I will talk about the climax in Buddhist-Muslim relations, which were very tense recently, according to many factors. Then I will look at Myanmar Muslims as Kalas, which is aliens, and then I will look at a very, very serious issue of Buddhist-Muslim intermarriage, which has been hijacked by some fundamentalists and extremists to explain and justify the Muslim-Buddhist relationships in the country. And then I will talk about, as our moderator has pointed out, he talked about Burmanization, but a lot of writers have talked about it, but I would suggest that a more correct term for the pattern of social transformation happening now in Myanmar and since the late 1960s is not just Burmanization, it's Buddhistization. And I will talk about it, then I will talk about the novel discourse on Buddhists as hosts and Muslims as guests, which originated in the colonial era. And then I will talk a little bit about the Rohingya boat people, which will be discussed in some more detail by my co-presenter here, and then the conclusions. So this is just a general brief of the Muslim community in Myanmar, but actually this is just a brief because we haven't had any correct estimates of the population. We don't really know the exact amount of the people in each and every particular group officially recognized, and because we had the last census in 1983. It's been more than 20 years. It's already 30 years since the last decade census. But the Myanmar government has always claimed that we are 12%, but a lot of Muslim organizations and Muslim educated people will claim that we're like 9, 10, 11%. So I would take the middle way, like 7, 8%. So the current population of Myanmar is now estimated at 60 million. Even if we take 4%, so it's like 2.5 million. If we include the Rohingya, which is not officially included in the Burmese citizenry, so then we will get like 4 million. And if we use the 7 or 8%, we'll get more population, which is not small. But ethnically, linguistically, or racially, Muslims in Myanmar are usually divided into 5 or 6 groups. But I must give a note here that this classification is not really official, because only one group in Myanmar is officially accepted as one of the 135 national ethnic groups. So this classification is based on the colonial era ethnic classification system used by British census makers. So, and academics later on, they tended to adopt this classification system, so which is now more or less fixed. So Myanmar Muslims are generally divided into Indian Muslims, most of whom came into Myanmar during the colonial era, and Burma Muslims, indigenous Muslims who largely became Muslims through conversion, and Pandey or Chinese Muslim or Hui Muslim, as our presenter presented this morning, or Pashu or Malay Muslims, who were officially recognized until 1970s, but unfortunately they are no longer accepted as one of the national ethnic groups for many reasons again. And Kaman, which is the only group officially accepted, but the Kaman, the Pashu, and the Pandey, all of these 3 groups are very small. All of them together, I would say they are less than 200,000 or 300,000, but I don't have exact figures. But the largest group, the Muslim group in Myanmar, would be Indian Muslims and the Rohingya Muslims. But as I said before, this classification is already very outdated because it's largely based on the ethnic classification system used by the British census makers for the last time in 1931. And we can't really say that someone, in Myanmar's context, we can't simply say that he is an Indian Muslim because he might have an Indian father and he might have someone who is not even a Muslim or who could be a convert or who could be a half Chinese. So this classification system just based on biology is already very outdated and very blurred, but officially it continues to be adopted because the official system is already neglected most of the Muslim groups except the Quran. As I said, we have like 3-4 millions of Muslims in Myanmar, but academically we are very marginalized too. So far we have only had 2 books. The one by Moshe Yagad, which came out in 1972, which is already very outdated because it only covers the periods until 1962, the year when the military took the power in a coup. And the other book by Burley, and which is more or less a statist in its approach, because it only looks at the state's efforts to Burmanize all the Muslim groups of Myanmar, but it fails to mention the religious dimension, which in my opinion is the most important factor in this cultural assimilation or cultural integration process. And there is not very big, but there is quite sizable literature on Myanmar Muslims, which you must have. Most of them are by the media and the human rights organizations like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. They have been writing about, but mainly just about the Rohingya, but there were some reports which came out in the early 1990s, but these days we haven't seen any big reportage from those organizations on Myanmar's Muslims in general. And I assume that this lack of research on Myanmar Muslims, most of the scholars who work in Myanmar I have met, they would say that it has been very difficult to assess the Muslim groups in Myanmar. I would say otherwise, it's not just the only reason. The other reason, which is more plausible in my opinion, is lack of interest. So that's why I argued in the beginning that we have been academically marginalized, which we can clearly see in the literature. For example, there is a very sizable literature on even Muslim minorities in Southeast Asia, like for example Southern Thailand, which has been written a lot, and Muslims in the Philippines, which has been written a lot too, but Muslims in Myanmar, very, very few writings. So whenever we talk about religious freedom, it is usually taught by human rights organizations and human rights treaty bodies. And so mostly when human rights organizations and international human rights treaty bodies talk about religious freedom, they would talk about a lot of articles from international human rights treaties and conventions and agreements, which more or less fail to point out that a minority group's religious freedom cannot only be seen from the legal perspective alone, but also from the societal perspective alone. Because religious freedom is not just on paper. It is a lived experience of a group of people. Then we must look at the social reasons and social factors when we talk about religious freedom of a group of people. So that's why I took a social legal approach in order to talk about the religious freedom of Muslims in Myanmar. So these were, as I argued in the very beginning, these are constitutional provisions. So far we have had 3 constitutions. I will talk about each of them because, yes, now we call it 2008 Constitution. This Constitution is now in operation in Myanmar, but I will talk about the previous two because all of the three constitutions cover the time frame. So that's why I will talk all of these three. So these are the constitutional provisions on freedom of religion. I will not read them. So from these you can see there have been constitutional provisions for freedom of religion in Myanmar. These are constitutional provisions for recognitions of other religions apart from Buddhism, which is the majority religion in Myanmar. I must make a note here that you will see that 1947 Constitution and the 2008 one, they put a special phrase that they give a special position to Buddhism because it is practiced by the majority. But you will see that there is not such a phrase, there is no such a phrase in the 1974 Constitution because the 1974 Constitution was written by the military coup regime, which adopted the socialist system, and we had a lot of problems with making Buddhism the state religion in the late 1960s. So the socialist regime, headed by General Ne Win, they intentionally omitted something which gives Buddhism a special position. But all of these three constitutions have recognized not just Buddhism, but Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and animism as the faiths existing in this union of Myanmar or Burma. These are constitutional provisions against discrimination based on religion and legal equality before law of each and every citizen, irrespective of religious faith. Again, I will not read them out. And these are against abuse of religion for political purposes, mainly. Okay. So far we have seen a lot of very good constitutional provisions for equality of religion, against abuse of religion. So then we will easily say that, well, there is freedom of religion in Myanmar according to their constitutions, but that does not end there. So we have to go further and take a look at the social perspective. So whenever there were accusations of the lack of freedom of religion in Myanmar, the Myanmar governments in the past used to show photos of, if you have ever been to the country, you will see in downtown Yangon, there is a big Buddhist pagoda. Near it, you will see a Christian church, Emmanuel Baptist Church, and a Muslim mosque, Bengali Sunni Jami mosque. They will always say that we have total freedom of religion. Just look at this photo. There is a mosque and a church and a pagoda together side by side in very close proximity. But what these videos and photos do not show is there is a social dimension of religious experience of a group of people. So still now, whenever we talk about majority-minority relations or ethnic minority relations or conflicts in Myanmar, we will refer back to a very prominent concept which was pioneered by one of the giants of Southeast Asian studies, J.S. Farnival, who was based in Myanmar during the colonial time. It was Burma then, and he formulated a new concept to describe the society in colonial Burma in the 20th century. he would say that the Burmese society then was a plural one. But by plural, he doesn't mean that the society is cohesive. He just means that there were a lot of groups, but they mixed just together in the market for economic purposes, but they do not really socially mix. But they did not really socially mix. But what he was referring to is colonial Rangoon or Yangon. But he was not describing the whole country of Burma. But still now, many writers refer to this concept. Look at Burma, then you will see a plural society, and the people don't mix together. That's why they hate each other or they have animosity against each other. But in my opinion, this concept is not relevant in Myanmar's context because we are not a colonial, we are not colonized anymore. We have been independent since 1948. And another reason is that, as I said just now, Fanimal was just referring to Rangoon, which was a big post city at that time. We received a lot of immigrants from China, mainly from India. At that time, India, British India. We did not have India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh at that time, just India. And at that time, Rangoon was second to New York in terms of immigration. And which is very topical in the news these days is Buddhist-Muslim relations in contemporary Myanmar these days. And there were two triggers. There were one major trigger is the process of democratization, which came up in 2011 for many reasons, which I will not discuss in detail here. When the country opened up in 2011, we were closed and repressed for more than 4 decades by 2 military regimes. Then the whole society was repressed. Some groups were repressed more, some groups were repressed less, but generally speaking, we were repressed. So the people's identity construction was halted abruptly by the state since the 1960s. So the people have been looking for various avenues to reconstruct their identity, and nationalism came out again. And this is one of the major reasons behind this anti-Muslim or this fall in Buddhist-Muslim relations in Myanmar. And another major trigger which affected very largely the Buddhist-Muslim relations in Myanmar is the riots in Rakhine, as all of you have heard in the media, which I will not talk in detail about. But with those riots in Rakhine, first in May and then in October in the year 2012, a lot of questions resurfaced against the identity of the Muslims in Myanmar in general, not just the Rohingya, and their loyalty to the state, and a lot of nationalist sentiments came up, and many Myanmar Muslims were accused of being silent during the riots because they thought the dominant popular opinion of the Rohingya in Myanmar is they are illegal immigrant Muslim Bengali invaders. So they wanted, the majority wanted all of Muslims in Myanmar to totally reject the Rohingya. And when Muslims failed to do that, all the Muslims of Myanmar were accused for failing to do so. But not all the Muslims in Myanmar were silent, and All Myanmar Muslim Association, which is a composite body of 4, sometimes 5 Myanmar Muslim organizations, which are officially recognized, they released a lot of statements calling for peace, order, tranquility. in terms of social perspective, which is, and Myanmar Muslims have, in vernacular language, we have been, not, Myanmar Muslims have been called Kalas. So, but Muslims in Myanmar generally find it derogatory, or we find it vulgar, or we find it's something like being called aliens or gas or so. Actually, the word Kala was not new. It was used even before colonization period, but at that time it did not have such a derogatory connotation. It was just mainly used by the Burmese kings to generally call the Muslims of Myanmar, and at that time Muslims of Myanmar did not be insulted being called Kalas, but during the colonial era, the word Kalas started to assume negative connotations like black, gas, alien, not relevant here, things like that. And there is a very noteworthy thing which happened just in the aftermath of the Rakhine riots. Amazingly, because to the best of my knowledge, the state newspaper have never used this word Kala in its reports on Muslims, but on 5th of June in 2012, the two state newspapers issued in the Burmese language, they used the word Kalas in its reportage on the murder or killing of 10 Muslims by some ultra-nationalists in Rakhine State after the rape case of a Rakhine lady. But the state newspaper released an apology in the next day issue of them. But it should not have been published in the first place, because the fact that they published an apology in the next day shows that they knew that the word itself is not acceptable, at least in official circles, but they did it first, then they made an apology later. And yeah, Muslim-Buddhist intermarriage, which is a very, very thorny issue. And in the colonial era, we had a lot of Indian migrants, and you can still look at any immigration pattern coming into Thailand or to Malaysia or to Europe. First, migrants are usually males. So they don't usually bring their families with them, especially when they are illegally migrating to some countries. So they come alone, and men, naturally, they fall in love, I'm sorry. They marry the local women, and they settle down. So this intermarriage issue was hijacked by some nationalists, and they would use this intermarriage, which is not quantitatively that strong, but it is being hijacked by nationalists and say that Muslims cannot be trusted. They have a secret mission to Islamize Myanmar by marrying our Buddhist women. So this is their argument. And the hatred or xenophobia, which started to emerge in colonial Burma in the 20th century, has gradually transformed into Islam here, because I heard Equator here. So I would say this argument is acceptable to some extent, is because in the colonial era, Indians were hated without discrimination, because at that time we had mainly just Hindus and Muslims. But the situation has changed. Since the 1950s, 60s, with the rising tide of Burmanization, Hindus in Myanmar have started to assume a dual identity, not just as Hindus, but as Buddhists. And I've spent almost all of my life in Myanmar, and I know that I have a lot of Hindu friends. They would be, especially these days, they would not say that they are Hindus, they will always say that they are Buddhists. So that's why I argue in the first place that it's not Brahmanization, it's Buddhistization. Because Hindus and Chinese, and most of the Chinese in the past, in the colonial era Burma, were Taoists, or they professed the Confucianism. But now, almost all of the Chinese in Myanmar, mainly in Yangon and places in Mandalay, and they would also say that they are Buddhists. So far they are okay. So this is a very important discourse. Buddhists as hosts, Muslims as guests. In the aftermath of the riots in Rakhine and again in middle parts of Myanmar and in Bago, a very famous Buddhist monk made that statement. It has been 2,000 years since Buddhism arrived in Myanmar. Christians and Muslims only arrived with the English or afterwards. Compared to 2,000 years, it's been only 150 years since Christians and Muslims arrived in Myanmar. Therefore, Buddhism is the host. And I did not quote all the statement. He said the religious minority must be respectable to the majority religion because they are hosting those religious minorities. But actually, this revered monk failed to mention that Islam just did not come with the British. It had existed in Myanmar for long since before the British colonization. It is true that we received a lot of Indian Muslims during the colonial era, but Islam was there even before they came here. So Islam is not the religion which came with the Indian migrants. And another thing is that even though whether they are Hindus or they are Muslims or even if they are atheists, most of the Indians in Myanmar and all the other Muslim groups have been Burmese citizens or Myanmar citizens, which is the most important fact in a democratic polity. In a democracy, a state has the ultimate duty to protect its citizens, wherever they come from, whatever religion they profess, whatever origin they are from. So this is the Rohingya boat people. Actually, this is not a new phenomenon. So the Rohingya have been fleeing Myanmar since the late 1970s. But at that time, they were just fleeing to Bangladesh, so it was not such a hot issue compared to now. But we have had two large exoduses in the late 1970s and again in the early 1990s. And Bangladesh has been hosting more than 200,000 illegal Rohingya migrants and around 30,000 official refugees and comes across Bangladesh. So the Bangladesh has already found it very difficult to host any more Rohingya migrants, and the Bangladesh has already placed a lot of restrictions to block the entry of more Rohingyas into Bangladesh. So, and with the globalization and with the rising of other neighboring countries like Malaysia and Thailand, the Rohingya have found new destinations, and the news of the Rohingya boat people fleeing to Thailand, Malaysia, to Indonesia, even in Sri Lankan waters, Indian waters, and some very few to Australia have been in the news for about a decade these days. And many of them have already fallen prey to regional trafficking networks. And ASEAN finds it still very difficult to deal with that. And in my opinion, it has not found a concrete plan to deal with this problem. So this is my conclusion. So all these 5 or 6 groups, the Rohingya are the group which fare most in terms of religious freedom and in terms of human rights and everything. But on other Muslims who are officially recognized as citizens, they have also faced an identity crisis, especially in recent days, and which has become very serious. And many human rights activists in Myanmar would say that we were also repressed, so it's normal that you were repressed, but it is understandable to some extent, but the country has already opened up, and political repression is getting faded and faded. So the majority has to understand that they have a duty to protect all the citizens of Myanmar, but there is a silver lining in those dark clouds. In the aftermath of the riots, there have been some small groups which came up because together with those hate messages against Muslims without discrimination, and some groups came up and they released messages, and there were many debates on the notion of democratic citizenship, and there were many debates on recognition of all Muslims without discrimination if they are citizens. But still now, there has been, the Rohingyas still find it very difficult to get official recognition and social recognition as well, because the dominant opinion is that they are not Myanmar and they don't have a right to be in the country. So, as I mentioned, religious freedom must be seen from both legal and social perspective. Then, to deal with the problem of a religious freedom of a minority group, naturally, remedies must be both legal and social. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Nini Fiona. Our brother Nini Cho has said a lot of things which are very useful for us. But I would like to clear some doubts that I have in myself. When Dr. Isra called me, Imam, we would like you to become a moderator for Rohingya issues. So I thought to myself, why me? Am I looking like one of them? Then I think, oh, maybe because people think that Harun Mos is the hub of Rohingya. This is, unfortunately, or fortunately, I cannot say. And of course, it's a tradition of Harun Mos that we provide a lot of food, especially mutton curry. And of course, many of our sponsors are sitting here in this hall. Therefore, every night when there is mutton curry, most of the Rohingya brothers will be there. 200 of them, 300 of them, and they call, this Imam is the leader of the Rohingya, you know. I have to clarify myself that I'm not. And actually, Rohingya is really the word, but they are really Arakanese people. Because when I met many educated Rohingyas, they said, no, I'm not Rohingya. I said, then who are you? I am an Arakanese. I said, okay, show me your passport. Burmese. Arakanese is a long, long story. So that is about Harun Mos. Then our brother Nini Jo said that in Myanmar, there are about 4 million Muslims. That's very impressive. You can have a political party. But just like in Thailand, never will. Just forget it. Then there are 135 ethnic groups, too much. In this country we have a lot, but not that much. Right? Okay. pretty much. And Indian Muslim is a minority, and that is fine. There are 3 constitutions, and the constitutions works very well on paper, not on practice. And this is common everywhere in the world, I believe. That's why many people want to change the constitutions, but they don't want to change themselves. There are the problem like this. I read from the newspaper and we see in the television. When a Muslim lady stepped on a Buddhist monk near Rangoon, what happened? Riot. Many people were killed. How about this? A Buddhist lady stepped on an imam like me. What would happen? This is very strange, but it's already happening. And of course, the riot in Yakai, in Arakan, that is beyond the cure. That is for sure. And we come across the word kalas. Kalas. In the beginning, it's a good word. But later on, as communication changed, kala is used as vulgar words. So it reminds me about the word jek in Thailand. During the time of King Rama V, because his modernization, and of course, he called his citizens as subjects. Whenever he talked to the officers, he said, "Where is my subjects? Are they good? Call them. I like to meet my subject." And later on, the word transformed from subject to alone, so it's become more covered. And of course, interreligious marriage. In Myanmar, many problems there. In India, in many countries, but in Thailand, it's very nice, I believe, because you see all the movie stars here in Thailand are all the kids from intermarriage. They are all inter-kids, and we love them. Very strange. This country, I think, is very strange. We have to find out the problems here too. Why it's so different from others? And that is about our brothers, Mini George has said. Then the next speaker is our Dr. Chairat Siri Patana. He's currently an assistant professor attached to the School of Engineering and Resources, Walayalak University, Nakhon Si Thammarat. He received doctorate degree in chemical engineering from the University of Queensland, Australia. This is another Australian product. But how can he be involved in Islam? Dr. Chairat was actually the engineer of AMRON. AMRON is, of course, Asian Muslim Research Organization Network. He's an architect and engineer when it was formed. And currently he is the principal coordinator of AMRON and editor-in-chief of AMRON, Journal of Muslim Studies. So brothers and sisters, we give a big hand and welcome Dr. Chairat Siri.
Professor Silakon, Deputy Director of the Thailand Research Fund, Dr. Isra Santisa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First, I would like to thank Thailand Research Fund for providing opportunity for our research team from Walayalak University, Chiang Mai University, to collaborate on this very important topic and a very urgent need to understand the problem of the Rohingya people in Myanmar. When I first asked by Dr. Isra Santisa whether I could carry out some research on the Rohingya, I was not very confident to do that. actually, because as you know, I am a chemical engineer. However, because we did a lot of works about Muslim community development in upper southern part of Thailand. Of course, we have involved in the community issues. We also have met the situation when the many Rohingyas, reach at the shore, and then we very curious, and we went to see them, but we could not communicate with them because they cannot speak English. Most of them cannot speak English this day. But finally, we form a team. I would like to go back first. I went to a conference in Pattani, the PSU, Prince of Songkla University that time. We met Dr. Thani, who is working with Chiang Mai University, and I asked him about the Rohingya in Mysore. He said to me that he actually gets involved in the Rohingya community, have interaction with the Rohingya community for several years. He said to me that, and we discussed a lot whether it's possible to get the primary information from the Rohingya community in Thailand. He said that is easy for him. We consider him as a Rohingya insider, although he is no Rohingya. So we start to be very confident to do the research. Our research team, I would like to mention their name a little bit. We have one, Mr. Nabi on the right-hand side. As-Salami is an economist. Actually, he preferred to be a Muslim activist than getting more money, actually. The second one, our young brother, Mr. Park Wong Kam Choi. He is actually a computational scientist, preparing for studying abroad soon. But because the time he has during waiting for going abroad, he came to help us. He's sitting over here. And Nabi, who did the most of the field work, visiting Rohingya communities with Dr. Thanin, and also in Mysore and also in Ranong. So, unfortunately, because after we have compiled the information from the interview, we found that we get too much information. So, and we gone through the literature, we found that it's very well documented. There's some, particularly after 2009, when I went through even the newspaper list in the library, I got that there's too many information flow because of what we call boat people. The media coverage is very well after 2009. But when we asked the Rohingya community in Ranong, most of them give the same information that the human or the boat people, this human trafficking, right, has been like this for more than 15 years. But just because of the media coverage and the incident in Yakai that make the Rohingya in large number flowing from Arakan or Yakai, and they can this day the Rohingya cannot go in different paths in order to reach Mysore. It's very difficult. So and also they know very well that Bangladesh is not very helpful actually. So when they have difficulty, they think about Malaysia, Indonesia, and Australia. And they know actually that they may have to go through human trafficking. And they have to pay even to get through that process. But probably the only way is that they can, see some light at the end of the tunnel. Some of them succeeded, most of them not very successful. Okay. Well, so today I am thinking that I would like to make it simple, rather than go through very detail in the document. You can read it. There's a lot of things that you can read from our articles. There's a lot of things. My article, our article is too long actually. It's 120 pages, but mainly in the appendix, because we think that if we look at this problem from Thai perspective, we should focus on what is relevant to Thai circumstance. That means that in the appendix, you see the timeline. Most of the timeline is related to Thai circumstance. If the both people came at the shore of Thailand in various places, how they've been treated, towed away from the shore, and without petrol, sometimes without food. But mostly they try to provide human rights agent, human rights body try to help them, and then the situation getting better. But from our interviews, we found that the human trafficking still going on, but in different form. That's what we found. Today, I would like to raise a question that I think is urgent. If you want to know how Rohingya people, how they been placed, the process, what we call the process of complete repression of the Rohingya is very well documented, and very well known. Particularly the report from Human Rights Watch recently released about a month ago. It's got all detail that you can go through. It's very proven. But today, what I would like to go in this presentation is to show you that our analysis. When I talked with Dr. Thanin in the first place, because he is an anthropologist. We are very happy because I'm an engineer. I cannot do much when we go into detail about the behavior of people, the dynamism of the people related to politics, economic, anything else is very difficult. But if we have anthropologists, then it's a great help. So I asked him, how can we carry this research? How can we write this research? How can we analyze our information? He said to me, the best way now, because we want the answer that really urgent. The answer to what question? The question is why? Why the historical development of the Rohingya people is just like this? Why? Why? They're quite different from Kaman Muslim in the same area. Quite different from the Indian ancestor, what called descendants. Muslim in Rangoon, in Mandalay, in other places in Myanmar spread around the country, because Rohingya has been stripped out. I mean, their citizenship is removed after they already got the citizenship in until 1982. From Myanmar independence, they got the citizenship, and then has been removed. Was removed in 1982. They get only a white card as a temporary resident, white card, and then many of them lose that card already because of the the way that the government officer, the Nasaka, if I call properly, get the money from them. Sometimes they have to put that card to the officer and never return, or many things that happen. I'm not going to detail anyway. So I asked Dr. Thanin whether we go that way. He said, can you find different way to analyze and find out what we can do with our brothers? So I told you we have some tools. Should we base on Islamic principle first, in order to find out, because Rohingya Muslim, they are Muslim. So, the tool or the concept that's based on Islamic principle would help, I said to him. But as he is an anthropologist, he have other tools. He said to me, let's start with Islam first. I said, okay, then we go. Sorry. This the platform I would like to mention a little bit. Actually, our effort is a part of our ambitious aim to establish a platform for collaboration, research collaboration under umbrella. We call politics of minority. Yeah. And then many umbrella members take interest in this. We're not going to talk more, but this is what we is going on. This is Arakan. Arakan is in the at the Bangladesh border. Northern Arakan, mainly the population there are Muslim, almost the same. At the in the lower one, less Muslim, but that is the area that affected by the riots in June and probably other times as well. Yeah, I'm not going to detail. So, I'm not going to go to the detail about the Arakan history, but I like to conclude from our investigation. The first point, after our investigation, read a lot of historical background on Arakan from various sources. Yeah. We conclude like this. The history of the Rohingya has been restored and used by both Muslim and Buddhist. From Muslim side, the Rohingya themselves, they try to portray the picture of Rohingya or glorify the Rohingya to the extent that the Rohingya and the Muslim power at the time of Mokun Empire or before that is the identical history. Actually, we found that it's not identical. We found that Rohingya was not in the class, the ruling class at all. We try to find the trace whether any Rohingya is connected, by blood. When they mention the king, when they mention the ruler, we try to find whether any Rohingya that still have some blood related to that one. We couldn't find. So we conclude that Rohingya attached themselves to the powerful ruler at the time, all the time. Even the king of Yakai, who was Muslim or non-Muslim, not very sure, but his name by the Mokun of Bengal as Sulaiman Shah. But from the Yakai history, they said that the king was not Muslim, but used Muslim name because of the influence of Mokun Empire, because that's the superpower there at that time. And we found that the history of the nation, the Rohingya as a nation, just appeared after the fall of Mokun Empire and the rise of the colonial power, the British. That's what we found. And we start to think about that. And we think that, there must be something wrong. Rohingya also mentioned about personality, that religious ulama, many things. But when we refer to that ulama that recorded, they are not Rohingya. They were not Rohingya. They were Arab. They were someone else. So we start to ask many questions. And we try to answer. Why they are weak? First thing we notice that Rohingya as a nation appeared during the power vacuum. It was a necessity that they have to create a nation because they are divided by the British at that time, right? They should be included into the Indian side, or the Bangladesh today. They are included in Myanmar. So they cannot rely on their brothers in the other side. They need to create their own identity as a nation. But they are so weak, they are not united, there are no prominent figure to be a leader at that time. Yeah. So this means that they took a lot of risk in order to create their identity. The time that the strongest is the time that the Mokun is falling. But after that, because they don't have their own leader, they very few Rohingya. I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But to show, even to create or to record their own history. Okay. So that is a part of Rohingya from the Yakai Buddhist. There is a lot of distortion we can go on and on. That's because they want to justify that Rohingya is not the indigenous people, and they distort a lot of things. Okay. Anyway, historians confirmed that the coexistence of Muslim and Buddhist in Arakan before 10th century. Okay, let's go on. I think I should move further. I think there's important points, a lot of important points, but I think the time is limited to go further. The Rohingya under British colonial rule getting worse. The British deprived Rohingya in terms of education, the position, only low position that's given to Rohingya during British colonial rule. Although the Rohingya was the Rohingya sided with the British on the time during the conflict between the two superpowers, the British and Japan. The Rohingya also sided with the British, while at that time Buddhist Yakai sided with the Japanese at the beginning, but at the end they also tried to get rid of the Japanese. I think the brother Nini Kayo have gone through this kind of thing. I have to go to the main point for today, the internal and external process analysis. I want to answer the question: how can we do, or can we do anything about our Rohingya brothers, sisters, who are very suffer? Okay. So we did internal and external process analysis. There's 3 levels. The bottom level, we want to find the trajectory of the strength of the Rohingya community based on the historical development. We use RMF40 or IMF40, Islamic Meta Framework for Development. It's a lot of things to explain, but I think I'll try to conclude. In the middle level, we use socio-political architecture to answer and to understand the current situation of the Rohingya community surrounded by threats or helpers. But you can see it. The top level is, I think, the easiest for you to understand. It's about future path analysis. Okay. This is probably I cannot go through. This is what we call Islamic framework, meta framework for development. It's divided into many segments of human capacity based on Islamic principle. The first portion is an internal strength. And you know, if you rotate clockwise, it's more interaction toward the community and then towards the viewers. This classification is based on the Quran and the Hadith. Okay. We use this one together with the scale to evaluate the what you call the strength in the capacity in each segment of you call human capacity on the Rohingya community. But the scale, if it's big, it means that base, very competitive, very strong. If the scale is minus, means out of competition or murtad. It depends on the quadrant that we are looking on that. So
this we can map into a different, more generic framework that can be used for any religion. Yeah. You see that the explanation, competitive, balance, survival, and danger, something like that. You know, it's I think it takes time to explain, but I think it's easier to just go through very quickly. Yeah. You see, this the starting point when the Mongol Empire is going down. At that time, the Rohingya is at the strongest position in terms of community strength in all dimensions. Yeah. So of course, the response means maybe British, the help of the Mongol influence. If the arrow is go inside the village, make it stronger. Yeah. But if the arrow go outside, it means that it's getting bigger. Yeah. So this is after British colonial. They can keep their belief, they practice Islamic practices, but their education was deprived. And next, during the democratic period, they start lost competitiveness because they was not very educated by the British. Yeah. And after that, after 1962, the military junta rules Burma, and at that time they were prosecuted and everything. You know, they cut out from any field of competition. And just after last year, their situation is just like this. They believe their understanding about Islam going down, and they start to almost, very difficult situation, even in terms of their belief, their understanding, their practice Islam, and they cannot compete in any area. They lack of understanding of science, price, or anything. Okay, but after that, the international pressure after 19. Okay. This one. We also go into the second level, the middle level. We found that there's no model match to analyze because it is extreme cases. We cannot find 5 model, Islamic model, community model, interaction between community and the government. There's no model match. It's the worst case. We never imagine. Okay, let's do this one. This is the important conclusion. This is what we call future path analysis. We plot scale, horizontal scale, security of the nation. Actually, you can see that. I mean, if you read at the current position, I cannot point. Myanmar, it's the security is very low, and also at the vertical scale is about human rights scale based on Maslow hierarchical of needs of minority. In this case, the actor to move can move just like a chessboard. Is Myanmar government. We identify that if the scale is high, it means that, for example, I give you that fully moral-driven society or getting full citizenship is about belonging to the community. Yeah. So I cannot avoid that. Okay. So ideally, Myanmar should develop in this path, right? Hopefully, in 80 years, they reach both, very high standard of human rights scale, and also very stable, long-term stable. That's possible only this. They have to follow this ideal path. But currently, if they want to do this, they cannot do. They can do only in the region of political stability, or what we call quasi-equilibrium path. It's take, why? Why? Because it's barred by Buddhist majority. At the same time, the government cannot treat the Rohingya too bad. Otherwise, maybe military intervention. This is an area, if it's prolonged for a long time, this could be military intervention. But if the government move in this way, there's a lot of pressure for international pressure, the UN, OIC. So they will try to move, the government try to move and manipulate things in this area. So you see that it's very difficult to get full citizenship. The last one, looking at the Thai government, how Thai government move. We analyzed and found that according to the timeline and the way that the Thai government, either a Democratic Party or for Thai, they also have the same policy. They do the same thing on the time. So this one also have a problem, the same problem. So the best for Rohingya is can stay in the camp and can work, can have a work permit. That is the maximum possibility that the Rohingya can get in Thailand. That according to our analysis. So this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This research is very valuable, although the time is left so soon. With the conclusion, it's clearly stated that there is no way out.
No way out.
At the moment, unless it takes about 80 years, where they become perfect or quasi-equilibrium paths. There are two choices left. And we see that, hopefully, and we beseech Allah's mercy, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will provide them a way out. In any which way. Because we always learn from the history that Allah will always help the believers. During the time of Noah alayhi salam, when there was a great flood, and people who believed in Allah and believed with Noah was saved in Noah's ark. During the time of Moses alayhi salam, people who are believers, they also saved from Pharaoh's armies. And this is how Allah saved people. Even Jesus alayhi salam in Islam, we believe that Allah saved him. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah also saved him. There were armies there trying to kill 300 Muslims with thousands of non-Muslims. Still Allah saved. Inshallah, we hopefully that with the grace of Allah, Rohingya will be saved before 80 years. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters, for your cooperation. Hopefully, we have a chance to see you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to our speakers as well as the moderator. It's been an interesting topic indeed. ต้องขอบคุณท่านผู้ดำเนินรายการนะคะแล้วก็สปีกเกอร์ของเราทั้งสองท่านนะคะซึ่งมาพูดเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ religious freedom แล้วก็ unfreedom ในพม่านะคะลำดับต่อไปค่ะ Moving up to the last session of this afternoon, we will have speakers and moderators who will be touching upon topics which is existence of Cham minorities in Cambodia and in Thailand. And the moderator for the session, we are honored to have Professor Yus when he met Dr. Islam for the first time. So he knows a bit about Thai.
Thank you. My name is not Yukiko. My name is Yukiko. Yukiko is a name of female. This session is the last session, so many of you already very tired, so I want to be very quick. This session is a topic. This is existence of Cham minority in Cambodia and Thailand, and we have two papers. One is Cambodia, Mr. Seth Mohammed, and another one is Thailand. The authors are Assistant Professor Prapun Konchana, and also Mr. Chinaron Sipong. Please come on the stage. And you may feel strange why I'm Japanese and I'm not Muslim, and so you may feel strange why I'm chosen to moderate the discussion. But I think there is a reason, because I know one Cham people here, and he's sitting there. And so he's not, his name is not in this program, but I want to invite him to sit on this stage, and I want to ask him after the presentation for comments or for his presentation. And so I want to introduce the Tai Fan. Could you come up to the stage, please? Tai Fan is actually it's a Vietnamese name. Maybe we call him Guru Hachan. There is a very strange name, strange story about his name, but I didn't talk about this. So I will introduce the first speaker, Mr. Seth Mohammed. And he was born in 1980 in Phnom Penh.
As a minority group in Cambodia to be here and also to have chance to give the short presentation about our community. After listening our brother from Myanmar, we together must pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala to save our Muslim in Rohingya and also Muslim in around countries who are suffering with many problems. But look to Cambodia. We have also Muslims. Do they have any problem or not? Do they suffer or not? This is I will tell you about that. Yes. Before I go to the why the Muslim Cham Cambodia can live in peace with the Buddhist people, I want to explain. I want to tell about the history of Cham. Cham, we call Champa. We are the descendant of the Champa Empire. Yes. We call Malayu Polynesian settler. And then some documents say that we have reached the Southeast Asian mainland in the 1st and the 2nd century BC, before Christ. We got the influence from India, something like that. And we start to have our kingdom from the 7th century to the 1832, and our greatness during the 9th to 10th century, that's short. But the decline of the Cham, since historically noted in the year 1471, under pressure from the David. But during that time, we have fightings. Also the hostility with our neighbor, with Khmer, with Cambodian, with the diet that nowadays we can say the Vietnam. And sometimes Khmer and Cham to become an alliance, to become a friend, to fight against enemy. Sometimes they are enemies, sometimes they are the friend during that time. Yes, last 6 or 7 centuries. So in this my presentation paper, I can say about 3rd century, what happened to Cham, 4th or 5, to the 10th century. Just only 50 years after gaining independence from the China, so we have relationship with China also. David, you can say invaded, or we have a war with Champa. But in that time, we can say war is a freedom for everyone. Everyone can fight. We are the small countries, no any law of the United Nations to control them. Yeah, so we can say which one is right or wrong because of those in that time, any power country can invade the small countries, something like that. Also during the 12th century, we have also the problem between the Khmer. The Khmer go to invade the Cham also, but sometimes Cham go to fight against the Khmer, the Cambodian, and then Cham has controlled the Angkor Wat temple for many years also. Yes, in the 12th century. Yeah. Go through here. Okay. What we all many times remember in the 15th century, our Champa kingdom named Vijaya. Vijaya, it named Vijay, it means victory, was invaded completely by the David this time, and we moved from the center of Vietnam today to the south. We are escaping from the fighting. This time many people killed. And this is the Champa in the history, but right now it's a Vietnam country, located in the center and the south part of the Vietnam. And the right side, what to say? Yeah, the left or the right, Champa was divided in 5 principalities or 5 places important. The first one in Indraputra, then Amravati, Vijaya, Kautara, Pandagora. Those 5 are the 5 main cities of Cham. Yeah, but from one century to another century, they were invaded by the enemies. There. And the end is the Pandagora. That's short. Okay. Champa has reached their peak. I mean, they developed during 7th to 10th century. They have the strait with the many countries. They have the independent land, something like that. For the religion, before that, Champa or Cham people was not a Muslim. They are Hinduism also, influenced from India. Yes. And since 10th century, Champa people started has the influence from the Saudi Arabia, from Islam. But later on, till after the collapse of Champa, this influence become speedy. It means many people become Muslim after the collapse of Champa. Yeah. Also, some Muslims said they are happy that when they collapse the Champa because they can change their religion from the Hindus to Islam. Yes. And then till the 17th century, we have the very important event. The royal family, they become Muslim also. They convert from the Buddhist to Islam. Yeah. We are the descendant of Champa. You can say in world map, in 1832, no more our land, our name in map because of nothing. Right now we have only our language, yes, our tradition, but we don't have our land, our flag. Yeah. But later on, after the 1832, we have many revolutions. They want to get back our land. During the 1970 to 1975, just the last 30 years, we have one movement we call FULRO, Front Uni de la Libération oppressive. It's French language, you know. In that time, Cambodian was in the we call the regime of Lon Nol. Lon Nol, those who coup d'etat, who made the coup d'etat to the King Sihanouk. And then Lon Nol has given the priority to one Cham named Lek Osam. He is the leader of Cham, so he wants to confer. He wants to fight against the Vietnam to get back our land. But later on, nothing happened. You know, many people die, cannot success. Yeah. But right now, Muslim Cambodia, no more dream about our land. We just say we are minority living in peace in Cambodia. Yeah. But you know, before that, we have many migration. We have 4 migration to Cambodia. Last migration in the early 19th century to Cambodia. Some said to Malaysia, to Thailand also. Some go to China also because we leave our country. Go to the point. Why we are Cham, minority people, you know, we live in peace with the Buddhist people. We are a very small number, we can say 4% among all 14 million of the Cambodian people. The majority are Buddhist, 95% are Buddhist, the rest is Christian, yes, and others. We pass many problems. I asked old Cham, I say, you have any document from Champa? You still keep at home? He said, no, he cannot keep those papers because he fear of being killed, you know, by soldiers. I said, no, it's 5-6 centuries ago. He said, no, right now he still fear. He fear that soldiers from the central of Champa can come to arrest him. So he cannot keep those documents. And the second massacre from Champa is a Pol Pot regime. In 1975 to 1979, many Cham were killed, around 500,000. Cham people were killed also. Not only Cham, but Khmer also were killed. But those 2 massacres make Muslim Cham Cambodia doesn't want to make trouble, to make any problem to government. Just keep silent in Cambodia. Yeah. Sometimes I don't speak following this, I just speak outside. You can read and listen what I remember outside. Yeah. This, really right? Yeah. This, you know about Cambodia also, we are the small country bordered by the Vietnam, Thailand, and Laos. We are good friends. Yeah. This country we have many ethnic groups because mainland people, Highland people, we call Cham there. Oh no, Khmer there. We call Khmer Islam. We are Muslim, but we call Khmer Islam. Yeah. We have other group called Khmer Krom also. Yeah. So I want to mention about this 5 main factors that give to Cambodian Muslim to live in peace in Cambodia. There are 5 factors. We are from the Cambodian Majesty, Cambodian King, Cambodian government, Khmer people, Cham themselves, and with Cham with national, international community. Okay, go to the first point. What we give from our king, what we can live with peace, coexisting with our Cambodian Buddhist. We migrated from Champa to Cambodia, you know, last migration in early 19th century. And the kings in that time welcomed us. The king of Cambodia welcomed Cham, who are refugees, to live in Cambodia, give us the land to stay. Yeah. Never say, okay, go back. Never say like, Rohingya, you can come to my country, go back. So, in that time, very lucky. We are refugees from Champa. We can be given the place to stay, you know, to stay there. The first point, very important. And the king give pay much attention to Muslim. Cham, sometimes we can say Cham and Malay at the same time, in that time. We have freedom to stay, to live, have right as other Buddhists also. Yeah. Even we are the minority. Yeah. And then you can say other conversion to Islam also. before that, before coming to Cambodia in last migration. 1.1. What happened in that time? In 17th century, in 1642, king of Cambodian king named Chao Punyichan or Ong Chan. He became a king. After that, he gets married with a Jamili, so he became a Muslim. Very important. Yeah. And that time he gets support from the Jam fighter, Malay fighter, to have his throne, to have his kingdom. So he became a king. Just only 16 years after that, he was being killed by other peoples, other kings. Because in the past, people always kill each other for the power. The king, sometimes their own brothers, their own sisters. Yeah. And they become Muslim. He was called Rama Ibrahim. Rama Ibrahim. Yeah. In one Ikandal province, very popular, we call Kliang Spai. Kliang Spai is a warehouse. Kliang means warehouse of the skins of the, Muslim men. When they become Muslim, they do the circumcision, a cotton. The skin of the penis of the king put in that place. So we call Kliang Spai. Kliang Spai is mean the skin of warehouse of skin of the king. When he become Muslim, he do the circumcision. Yes. 1.2. Jam joined the victory of Khmer King. In 1864, our king named Ong Duong, he has 3 sons, Norodom, Sisuwat, Sivotang. After the passing away of the Ong Duong, Norodom will become a king, but his eldest brother, his youngest brother named Sivotang, he want to reject. But Jam had the Norodom. Jam joined fighting with Norodom, and then he can become a king. That's why Norodom expressed thankful so much to the Jam. In that time, I heard from my ancestors, Jam, many Jam leaders working in a palace, give like the Hamontri ministers, high ministers in the king, because of Jam joined how to bring the victories, bring the throne to the king Norodom. Yeah. Then Norodom give him, freedom, the place where they can stay. But most of Jam want to stay near the river, like Mekong River or Tulesa River, because their profession, is a fisherman. They like. But for me, not. I'm not fisherman. 1.3. This is very important. Our father, late King Norodom Sihanouk, he just passed away last year. He wants to integrate our Jam to be real Khmer, not minority. So he gives a special name. He called Khmer Islam. You are Khmer Islam. You are not called Jam. Jam, is in the past, no longer, no map, no land. So people respect this word, Khmer Islam. We are equal right with the Buddhist Khmer. This is the great point. In early 1960s, he gave this name. Just short, recently, last 20 years, 1993, the Supreme Muslim Committees was re-established because after the Pol Pot, nothing happened, everything finished, destroyed by Pol Pot. But the King of Cambodia, he nominated Mr. Ognya Soskomri. Ognya, it means the esteemed people, very respectful people, like Thailand Ichula Ratmantri, So he is the top leaders in Cambodia, in charge of the Islamic religious affairs. Yeah. He can manage, he can select the leaders of the community called Hakem, the Imam of province, Imam leaders, Imam of the district. Yes, Mr. Soskomri. Yeah. Since year 2000. Yeah. And another point, going back to the attention from the government, First point is we got attention from the king. Now go to the government, royal government, prime minister, something like that. In the Khmer Republic, 1970 to 1975, like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Lech Kosam, he's a Jam leader, but he can work, in a high position as the ministers in that time to fight with the Lech Kosam, but to again, Sihanouk was not good to again the king because he made a coup d'etat, from the Songkum Riniyom, from the king period to the Khmer Republic, supported by the US in that time. A lot of bomb in Cambodia in that time. Yeah. During that time, we have our leaders also working there. And Haji Abdullah bin Idris, the Mufti, former Mufti of Cambodia. Yes. During the 1970 to 1975. But after 1975, during the Pol Pot come, he was killed by the Pol Pot, Mr. Rehnlok. I mean, I said, during the history of Cambodia, all periods, all regime, the government always pay attention, always love Muslims, except the Pol Pot regime. You know about Pol Pot, eh? Discrimination, kill everyone, 1975 to 1979. Yes. Go to the Pol Pot. Some of you know about Pol Pot, very popular. When I go to outside to USA, I say, you know Cambodia? They say, they know. How they know? They know Cambodia through Pol Pot. Popular Pol Pot. Pol Pot, during 3 years, 8 months and 20 days, around 3 million people died of being killed, starvation, nothing to food, nothing to eat, work hard in the field. Also Muslim joined also with them, around 500,000. Yeah. And they do, many bad things, many punishment, more than other countries in the world. It's the number one in the world, not like Rohingya right now. More than Rohingya, more than Syria, more than every country, If you have time to go to Phnom Penh, you see the museum, we call Killing Field Museum. You will shed a tear. You will say, why? Very, very, no mercy to people. Even the baby, they can, they can kill the baby. But now we have court to check the Pol Pot. You can look at this from here. Muslims have to be forced to eat pork. Lady, you have to get married with anyone you don't like. The soldier, they say, okay, go to marry with the amputee, with the handicapped soldiers. You have to agree. Sometimes get the good husband and get a bad husband. But not only one single couple, during the married age, because my mother, my parents also was get married during this time. He said 100 couples a day, no need to pay much money. Not like that, very easy during the Pol Pot. This person, Pol Pot. Yes. Big brother number one in Cambodia. See, work hard. A lot of stuff. Okay. After the Pol Pot, we have Khmer People Republics, Cambodia period. In this also, we have Muslim join also this period. Our brothers named Matli, now he passed away. He is a Muslim joint fighter with Mr. Hussein, current prime minister, to revolt, to make a revolution, to fight against Pol Pot. Then when we get the victory from Pol Pot, Matli become, working in the Ministry of Agriculture to help the Muslim. He created the first association because CIA, Cambodian Islam Association. Yeah, he created to help the Muslim in that time. He asked for the Quran, from many countries. He sent people to perform Hajj also. Because he involved much with the government in that time. In each period, Muslim always had the government. Also after the 1991, after the election in 1993, but before that, this is the most, during the Pol Pot, it was used as the place where the Pol Pot stay, soldiers stay. Sometimes they slaughter the pig in that mosque, but during the Pol Pot. And also after the Pol Pot, it is the nightclub. They have dancings on that mosque. But in 1994, 95, government Hun Sen, he deliver back to Muslim. So Muslim reconstructed, got fund from the brother from UAE, from Emirates, to rebuild a new one. Yeah. So this the government give us, and the land around the mosque, is under the possession of the Muslim community. But right now we destroy this one, now we build. We are constructing the new one, the biggest one. They will finish next year. You will see in the center of Phnom Penh, because Dubai Mosque. Yeah. And I can say appreciate to our Prime Minister, so like Akek Muhasana Baladejo Konsain. He always love, pay attention to the Muslim. He give freedom to us what we need. He ask them the freedom. Yeah. In fourth mandate, this fourth mandate, we have our leaders working in government. One advisor to Prime Minister, His Excellency Dato Usman Hassan. This is my boss that I'm working for him. Yeah. 2 senators, 5 parliamentarians, 5 deputy minister, 9 under secretary of state, 1 governor of province, the Kapushan province, and 2 general army, a number of provincial district commune council members. So we are lucky that we are minority, but we are given, the high position in government. Also, some like Prime Minister, and his wife, Bondani Hun Sen, he joined many mosque inauguration, good, beautiful pictures to everyone. Like in the last mandate before the election 2008, he joined the mosque located in Phnom Penh. See, and he allowed for the Muslim lady to use hijab in school, public school. MashaAllah, I want to cry this time because our ladies in my village, when they go to school, from village they use hijab. When they arrive at school, they have to withdraw hijab. But after that, after the 2008, MashaAllah, it's okay. They can use hijab everywhere, public school. Also in the prayer room in international airport, they have also. In his palace, in it called Peace Palace, has the prayer room for the international guests also. This is a good chance that the Prime Minister gives us, so we can talk about Islam through the radio program. This is his picture in 2008. Happy bonus. Also, we can many Islamic books, kitab, sent from many countries to Cambodia, no text. Just our boss, Usman Hassan, sent letter to him. He said, okay, free text, no text. You can import the donations, like the death, Sajadah prayer from Malaysia, he sent to Cambodia, free text. Yes. As a Muslim student, when they get a scholarship to study in Malaysia, Thailand, or any country, government said no cost of free passport, free of cost. Yeah. And we can have a right to create many NGOs. We can do it freely. No any detection or investigation from government. You cannot have a connection with the foreigners. No, freely. You can, yeah. Now with the Khmer people, what happened with the local people? We are brothers and sisters. Even we are Muslim, but we are invited to join the wedding, to join the funeral of the Buddhist. We go, and we are also invited to come also. Sometimes in the mosque, masjid, we azan loudly. What time is it? For suhoor or for subuh, subhi, 4:30. The Buddhists are sleeping, but no problem. We can make azan loudly. No one say, no, stop, I'm sleeping. No. This is our good point. Some also in the Buddhist village, the Buddhists they pray also. With microphone they pray loudly. No problem. Muslim can sleep well also. This is the point. Okay. If you go to the market of the Muslim market, like my house, my parents has a place to open a market. No any Buddhist can buy pork. No, because they respect us. any wine or any dog, nothing, because they are this Muslim village, they respect. For example, in some province, the Buddhist seller, he has pork. He does not sell in market, but sell on the way. So he always say pork. He always say like that. He put the pork on his head. He say pork. Who need pork? But when they arrive in the Muslim village, they stop silently. But when they finish, they cross the Muslim village, they continue pork. They respect. They respect us. Yeah. This is the way that we want to show we are friendly. And some said, why we can live peacefully? Because we are suffer equally during the Pol Pot. We are brother sister during the period where we start nothing to eat. We share each other during the Pol Pot. We help each other, so we become a brother and sister. Since the Pol Pot teach us to be a good brother. We go in during Pol Pot, we are equal, nothing to eat. We have something, we share to eat. We keep it love. Yeah. Go to the fourth point. Now we try to adaptation our charm into Khmer society. Even we are minority, but we respect our culture. We use our job, our dress, we use our language, no problem. We use our own culture. And we follow Islam. This I quote from Mr. Zakaria Adam. He is a parliamentarian. He is the one who translated the Quran from Arab to Khmer. He said, we follow Islam, we follow Quran and Sunnah, but follow the law of Cambodia. We cannot say, I don't respect the law. Law say, Quran say you can cut the hand of the thief, but law say cannot. How we can follow? Cannot follow the law also. Yeah. We cannot do any act which is contradict, of course, to the law of Cambodia. Yeah. Muslims have a very important role in adapting themselves into Cambodian society. We follow the Quran. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شُهَدَاءَ. You have made of you an ummah justly balanced. Ummatan wasata, justly balanced. It means we cannot say Islam is the best, Buddhist not best. No, we live in a non-Muslim society. We have to adapt with them. We have to explain what we need. So they understand, they give us. Yeah. At some point also, the law of Cambodia say only one wife allowed for the Muslim, not for all men in Cambodia. So the Quran say we can have freedom to choose 4 wives. How to respond to that law? We are Muslim male, Muslim boy, but law say only one wife. So no more chance for the Muslim man in Cambodia. The law say like that, we follow the law. But I don't know here in Malaysia or in Thailand. Number 5. We have good cooperation with the community, international community. We send our students to study abroad, many countries. We ask donation. They come to visit us. Many Middle East region, Asian region, sub-region, we always join. Every year, many people go to a Hajj. Last year, we have around 888 people, good numbers. And we got, we are poor. We just got the donations from abroad, from Malaysia a lot. Thank you so much to brother from Malaysia. Bring us a lot of kurban. You eat a lot. We are fatter of you. We fed because we eat kurban from you every year. Last year, 6,000 cows, a lot. But we hope that you will give us more for the education, for the medical sectors, for other development. But some say, no, I give only kurban. This is a reward from God. How about education? How about other things? Inshallah. But we hope that one day Cambodian will be developed. I will send you back. Go. We have good cooperation with the non-Muslim society, U.S. Embassy. Everyone say US is enemy to Islam. You know, Western is enemy to Islam. Cambodian, no, they are good friends, very good friends. No any Muslim go to oppose, to make a riot in front of the embassy. No. During the world violence about the photo, the picture of the Muhammad, the movie, they attack the Muhammad. Every place they make a riot. But Cambodia silently, because we know the reason, we know who created this. Because we respect our law, and we have our advisor. He always ask permission to the Prime Minister before doing something. So Prime Minister always control or support us. Yeah. You know, here, U.S. Embassy, he organize every year iftar program, breakfast program. You know, next 2 months, you know, iftar give us the food. U.S. Embassy. So we had chance to speak, you know, on behalf of the Muslim community, Muslim youth, Muslim leaders. Also, he give also the scholarship for the Muslim lady studying medical doctor. Because they found a problem. The Muslim in rural area, they don't want to, you know, when they get pregnant, deliver the baby, the lady is Muslim, they don't want to go to hospital. They are the non-Muslim hospital, no medical doctor who are Muslim. But the U.S. Embassy, you know, he give the scholarship for them to study medical doctor. She will become a doctor, she will have people to give a deliver baby. You know, how about Malaysia? I hope that Malaysia or Indonesia, we think about that, about education sectors. Not religious, but scientific religion, scientific education. Yeah. With Thai Muslim, I come here have to say about Thai Muslim, a good point, many good point. I don't say any bad point, I don't see. You know, 2010, after Sri Lanka, former Secretary General of ASEAN, you know, he accompanied 30 Muslim Thai leaders to visit us during the Ramadan also. Very good chance to cooperate with each other. In this time, Cambodian and Thai government has a problem with each other. They withdraw the ambassador from each country. But we pray. After Sri Lanka said, we are Muslim from Thailand, Muslim from Cambodia. During the Ramadan, blessed Ramadan, we pray together to solve the problem of both Buddhist country, Cambodia and Thai, who has a conflict on the Hindu temple. Has conflict on Hindu temple. You know, few days later, it's better. You know, after we pray, the government, both government, they send back their ambassador, you know, to Cambodia, to Thai. This is a good point that Muslim join with that. And then we have many delegation to visit the Muslim community in Cambodia. Also the Muslim government, we organize the training called Muslim fashion clothing, how to make a trouser, something like that. So supported by the Thai government. So thank you so much for this point. And we also have many Muslim students come here, come Thailand, Bangkok or Southern, go to study religious and they give the pardons from the people. Sometimes they are poor, but our Thai Muslim brothers, sisters, give them the food, shelter. So this is a good point. Thank you so much for this. This is a picture. Yes, Dr. Srinivas, myself and my bike. Yeah. And the left is the Usman Hassan, this is my boss. And this is the Muslim fashion clothing workshop or training that they did. This is the king, our father, late King Norodom Sihanouk. I think year 1993, took with the Muslim leaders, but some of them passed away because they are old. Yeah. This last year, my boss Usman Hassan, he got donation from Malaysia for the building the mosque. Many pictures. You know, this is the Islamic teaching training course, but you know, open the session by the Minister of Religion. This is a Buddhist. You know, the good picture show that we are cooperation. We have a cooperation with each other. Then many Muslim leaders said this Mufti Cambodia, you know, many senator, parliamentarian. Yeah. This is interfaith dialogue that won Jamia Singapore. You know about that. Jamia Singapore, we organized interfaith dialogue. You know, Muslim joined with the Buddhist, the Christian. You know, and the Ministry of Religion in Cambodia also joined. Yeah. this recently on 5th May, last 2-3 weeks, our Prime Minister Hussein, he joined our closing program of the National Quran recitation. Very good teacher. We are very lucky that he support the Muslim activities. I think that it's still always this teacher keep forever for the Muslim Cambodia forever. Yeah. Conclusion. We can have a freedom, we can have a peace when our government support us, when our government, our king, our people support us. We cannot stay alone. We can say, I'm Muslim, I'm always better than others. Cannot, because we are in non-Muslim countries. Yeah, I can say real peace cannot be disappeared from Cambodia unless the royal government of Cambodia still keep wise leading by providing us the justice and fairness to the Cambodian Muslim around the world. Yes. I can add, in 2009, in International Conference on Interfaith in Cambodia, like Prime Minister Hun Sen, during his speech around 3 hours, he talked about Muslim only. Interfaith dialogue, but he speak about Muslim, about Islam. In that time, he say Islam is the best, is the good religion, but the bad one is the people only, not the religion. Then we are very happy that we Muslim leaders, we translated his speech, from Khmer to English to Arab. We share to all embassy to know that the Muslim, the Cambodian Prime Minister support Muslims so much, not only in Cambodia but in the world. Yeah. So time is coming. Thank you so much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. I think the Cham is a minority, but their position is very special, something very privileged. And I think the next presentation is on the Cham in Thailand. I think the situation is similar to the case of Cambodia. The paper is prepared by two persons. One is associate assistant professor.
The general paper, we going to like a really academic paper, and Dr. Isma. First of all, I would like to say I did not talk so much about the Muslim Jam in Thailand, but I would like to tell you something. That the King of Thailand is the head of any religion, so it's means by the constitutional and also by the king is support Muslim people in Thai society. At first, in this paper, the aim is to explore the state of knowledge in Jam studies in Thailand. And next is the study is used as a basic information for research in Jam studies. Before I go into some topic, I would like to say I'm very proud to study about Jam. Why? Because of Jam nation is one of the ancient nations in Southeast Asia and create a lot of civilization. So in this case, is the situation of Jam people nowadays seems like they have no land anymore. So seems like Jam become like a forgotten people in Southeast Asia, like knowledge. In this case, I would like to tell Professor a little bit. When you said Jam kingdom is disappeared in 15th century, I would find the small kingdom of the Jam appeared in 17th century in the record of envoy of French Robert. So it means 17th century, still small kingdom of Jam, a little bit, but after that it appeared. So in this case, that is a new information for you, and I hope that is may be useful for academicians who study about the Jam. And next I would like to say Jam people have a long relationship to Thai society, and the Jam people got the high position. For example, this is a Jam volunteer military in the Ayutthaya period. So the relationship between Jam and Thai people have a long history, and the Jam people fighting with the enemy, the Siam enemy, and that it means like the people was respected by the king, and some of them became like a high-ranking aristocrat, and also they have a powerful. In this case, I would like to show about this one. And next, in this paper study about the Jam communities in 3 places. First, in the Pathakuja in Ayutthaya period. Ayutthaya is old capital cities of Siam. And next is the Ban Khua communities in Bangkok. And the next one is the Ban Nam Chiao, that is near the Cambodian borderland. So in these communities have the same ethnic Jam. And another one is they located in the middle part of Thailand. And in this case that is not so easy to study about Jam in Thai society. Why? Because just only in Ban Khua, only one community which record in the history of them was. Why? Because of they're located in Bangkok, and most of them are educated person. But there is no record about the Jams in Ban Pathaku Jam and Ban Nam Chiao. So in this case, we use the oral history to know about how long of their own communities. And I appreciate about the Jam communities in Ayutthaya because of that is start in the 15th century and can continue up to now. And in these places, I would like to show you just only the community located in Chao Phraya River. And next is in Chao Phraya River. And in this case is why I say this community is very important because of the last Jula Rachmantri in Ayutthaya period, and the first Jula Rachmantri in Thonburi period is he passed away here, and there is some who was in built in this area. So it means that is like a source to tell these communities is very important, and that is one of them is very high ranking until Jula Rachmantri or Mufti or Chetu Islam. And this is the place in that who was in this event. The Muslim in Pathakujan celebrated about the new masjid because of they were suffer about the flooding in last year. So they built the new mosque, and this place that they celebrate, that is in the temple Puthai Sawan. It means the Muslim Jam or any Muslim in the central Thai close to the temple, they use the area of Wat Puthai Sawan, and the abbot of the temple close with Imam in Pathakunjam mosque. So it means Jam people and Hmong and Thai people they don't like separate or have the ideas you are Muslim or I'm Buddhism or something like that. They help each other. So this is but another one is to show about the power of Muslim brotherhood, Ummah to get together to help each other. And next is Ban Krua. Many people maybe know about Ban Krua because of one of the famous Jam communities. The age of these communities starts in the early of Bangkok period. So the canal is the Khong San. That is the name, and they stay is a long time, as well as sister of the Professor Islam. So in this Ban Krua in Ban Krua communities is have three communities, but the first is the masjid of Jam people who start to located at the first Italy in Bangkok. This is inside, and you can see the environment because of I try to and this is Imam Ban Krua. This one is Ban Nam Chiao in Trai province. Ban Nam Chiao is a mixing between Muslim and Buddhist people. They get together and help each other. According to Ban Nam Chiao, I and Ajahn Chainalong took a research. When Jam people moved from the Cambodia, they located in Khong San in Ban Krua. At the time, some of them wanted to go back home, and they tried to move back. And some of them cannot came until Cambodia, so they stay in Ban Nam Chiao, and they help the Muslims Jam in Bokong. Yes, they help in sometimes. So it means there is a relationship between Muslim in Ban Nam Chiao and Muslim in Bokong. And when we talk about occupation or job, at first if we separate in the era of fisherman period, Ban Pathakunjam and Ban Krua is located in the riverside, so they are fishermen. But in Ban Nam Chiao, located near the sea, so they work as fishermen in the sea. And Ban Nam Chiao community is still fertile because of that is a mangrove forest still remain, and they don't have any problem so much about economics. And this is the Imam in Ban Nam Chiao. But he's really is better than in the picture. Sorry to take this picture, it's not so nice. And in Ban Nam Chiao communities, they mix between a Muslim Jam and Thai Buddhist pray together. So because of that community is mixed between Buddhist and Muslim. I would like to say Muslim in Thailand, of course they still stand in their principle that is Islam religion, but at the same time they adjust themselves to Thai society. For example, they speak Thai, but if some word, for example, when they call grandfather, grandmother, they use Khmer language. Yes, and this person she is a wife of the imam, and she is used like a hat. That is a farmer hat in Central Thai. Now is the Jam people adjust herself into Thai culture, and when they sell some fish in the small market. In Ban Khua, they have the job is make the silk. And in Ban Khua communities, yes, Nikah, so they still keep their own tradition. But in this case, Ban Khua have the close friend to Jim Thompson Museum, and every year they accept the scholarship from Jim Thompson Foundation. So they don't, but Jim Thompson Foundation support Jam in Ban Khua communities. And this is in the temple in Bang Nam Chiao. So the Muslim people and Thai Buddhism have a good relationship, and when you say the Muslim in Cambodia join about the Sam ceremony, but the Muslim in Thailand they don't join the ceremony. They just stay outside of the temple. They don't join any religious ceremony. So that is very different. And the next is the Ban Nam Chiao running the business as a homestay. So that is like eco-tourism or cultural tourism. They have running the business like that. But still don't have the problem because of they selected the person who stay in homestay. Unlike in Ban Khua, because Ban Khua is they rent some room to the outsider, and sometimes those persons who work in Bangkok they drink alcohol or play one beer and do something is maybe that is not good for Muslim people, and some is a drug comes up in this society. So the problem is different. In the Ban Khua is a urban problem in society, and in Ban Nam Chiao there is some boat racing. So in this case is the boat from Ban Nam Chiao and boat from Thai in the Sam temple, and they racing every year, and they get together happy to do something in the society. So in this case, I would like to conclusion when we talk about the socio-economics of Jam people. I can say, or not the Jam people, Thai Jam people in Thailand may be most happy if compared to Myanmar or in Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Kai Fan for comment. He is Vice Director of the Center for Vietnamese and South Asian Studies, National University of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh City.
Assalamualaikum. I am Cham Pini from Central of Vietnam in Phang Rat. Before this is the name Phang Tu Rangka. First, I thank you very much for inviting me at this conference. In particular, I would like to thank Professor Isra Satisa and Professor Timoto Yukio. This is my first time to visit Thailand. I would like to comment the presentation about the existence of Cham minority in the Cambodia and Thailand. It is very interesting for me. This paper presents several issues related to the Cham ethnic group in Cambodia and Cham Muslim community in Thailand. In particular, the paper mentions the Cham community in Vietnam. About history and culture, the Cham was living along the coast of central Vietnam for a long time. Apart from developing a rich culture which has been profoundly influenced by Indian culture since the 7th century to the 7th century. Islam culture influenced since the 10th century to the 17th century, and Malay's culture since the 17th century to the 19th century, and Vietnamese culture since the 19th century to the 20th to the now. However, the Cham have successfully preserved the highly unique culture and a strong sense of identity. The Cham community in the world is not homogeneous. There are a highly diverse group and very distinct from each other. At present, the Cham community consists of many local groups such as Cham Roi in Bình Định province in Vietnam, before Vijaya, and the Cham Ahien. This is Cham Alamo Pidusi, and Cham Awan, Cham Bidi in the Lenthung Lenthung, before Pangturaka, and now consists 5 areas: Paris, Krom, Jai, Vicham, and Cham Pirao. This is the Cham in the Anjang, Tây Ninh, and Ho Chi Minh City, and Cham Pur in Cambodia, Cham Thai in Thailand, Cham Lo in Hainan, Iceland, and others. About to comment this paper, the data in the paper without citing source should not be exactly. By 1975, there are about 150,000 Cham in Vietnam is incorrect. Because in 1979, the population of Cham in Vietnam are only about 78,000. The total population of the Cham in Vietnam, according to the General Statistics Office of Vietnam government in the 1999, is 135,876. 73%. The total population of the Cham in Vietnam, according to the General Statistic Office of Vietnam government, is in 2009, 10 years later in the 1999, is 161,729%. Today, there are many names to call the Cham in Vietnam. For example, today, there are many names to call the Cham. For example, the Vietnamese call the Cham Hui, maybe like the name of Hui and group in Yunnan. And the name Cham, Cham, Chim, and Chimdan. Chimdan, that is so-called in the word Champapura. Some of the minority ethnic group in the highlands of Vietnam are calling Krum. In about language, the Cham language is closely related to the language of the people Raklai. This is the people not Ralai in the Raklai. Charai, Churu, and Re, most of the following. Cham people use many different writing. Cham manuscript akan serah, akan yok, akan turut many the Cham manuscript. Now, the Cham Muslim in Cambodia not use Cham manuscript, but the Cham in Vietnam is still in use. In about Cham Cambodian, I have a question. Why the Cham Muslim in the Cambodia no longer use the Cham manuscript? The second, today, the Cham Muslim Cambodia no longer hold Cham traditional culture. Thus, the total population in the Cham Cambodian Cham exactly how many people? And the second paper about the Cham study in the Thailand about Wo, Pata, and Ku. You concluded that two words, Pata and Ku, were Khmer words. Using the Khmer language for the Cham community gave trace that the Chams who settled in the Batak Ku Cham Agutai came from Cambodia. But in the Champa inscription, often appear Putao or Patao, Pu or Ku before the name of the Cham king. The name of Cham king, Pu and Putao, maybe this means king. The king in the kings, because Champa king in the king, Raja, the Raja. And second mean, maybe Ku, the Cham in the Vietnamese called Khmer Ku or Ku. Because I have a question, how do you think about this explain? And about bibliography in the text, the paper in this article do not mention the author as Aimonier, Cabaton, Fino, Lafont. Why? They are well-known researchers of the Champa. Thank you.
Comment because he's also a quote the Cham, but I got the message from him. there will be a wedding ceremony here, so I should conclude here. So thank you very much for the
Thank you very much to all of our speakers, and that comes to the last session of ผู้แทนจากจีนนะคะ Professor Feng Yu นะคะร่วมเป็นพยานในการต้อนรับสมาชิกใหม่ของแอมรอนในครั้งนี้ด้วยค่ะปัจจุบันนะคะแอมรอนมีสมาชิกอยู่นะคะมีสมาชิกอยู่7ประเทศค่ะคือจากบรูไน ดารุสสลามเขมรอินโดนีเซียมาเลเซียฟิลิปปินส์ประเทศไทยนะคะ6ประเทศค่ะวันนี้ก็จะเป็นการต้อนรับสมาชิกใหม่นะคะจากประเทศพม่าและประเทศเวียดนามโดยเราจะขอให้ตัวแทนของทั้ง2ประเทศนะคะร่วมเซ็นค่ะในสัญญาของเรานะคะว่าเราจะร่วมมือการสนับสนุนงานวิจัยที่เกี่ยวข้องกับสังคมมุสลิมนะคะในประเทศอาเซียนค่ะ And one other good news is that the conclusion from last night ended that Dr. Isara Sanchisa will continue to be chairman of AMRON once again for the second term. The second term will be lasted for 2 years, so we will have him again for the next 2 years. Congratulations to him as well. ในฐานะแชร์แมนของแอมรอนนะคะดร.อิสราก็เมื่อคืนนี้ได้รับเลือกให้เป็นแชร์แมนของแอมรอนอีกครั้งหนึ่งเป็นสมัยที่2นะคะก็อีก2 ปีค่ะที่ดร.อิสราก็จะร่วมทำงานกับเราแล้วก็พัฒนาแอมรอนต่อไปค่ะตอนนี้แอมรอนก็มีสมาชิกใหม่แล้วเพิ่มเป็น8 ประเทศแล้วนะคะก็หวังว่าองค์กรจะได้พัฒนากันต่อไปนะคะในการส่งเสริมให้มีวิจัยที่เกี่ยวกับสังคมมุสลิมในอาเซียนมากยิ่งขึ้นค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะ Thank you very much to the participants and congratulations to Myanmar and to Vietnam as well for becoming the new members to AMRON. It's held annually, so thank you very much for staying to the last. We hope to see you again next year, inshallah. But before you leave, please do not forget to hand in the evaluation form, return your headset.